Okay, yet again, I'm back with another attempt at the level 6 spot, and I just think I would have to really take my time a ton to have any chance, and I'm just not. Oh yeah, you know what I'll even do? I keep saying I should do it. Just give me a timer. So I'll treat it like I have... I don't know how well this will work, but I'll treat it like I have 30 minutes, and you might say, well, what about the bot's time? But I'll count that in there. You know, like it only takes a second to move, so it doesn't matter. So, you know what I mean? Like the 30 minutes is mine. It just happens to take like a second here and there to move, so that's fine. So I'll treat it as if I have that, and that might hopefully make me actually want to use it. And I can't go over that either, despite the fact that, oh, I started a few seconds late, or again, even its moves will take a bit into that. To give you a little more structure, because see, you could sit there theoretically as long as you want forever, and would it really do a move like that? Like that'd be annoying, but then you can always move it here, which is not a very good move. But like, is this the right thing to do? I don't even know. You could do this. I mean, it doesn't seem very worthwhile, but even this you could kind of guarantee then, because wherever and I'm doing this all with the... yeah, I think I'm just sick of doing this. I was trying to do it like where I have to beat this, so in order to like be able to do anything else, which I clearly am capable of beating it, but I just can't do it. I'm amazed it has to think that long about some of those kind of moves, because it's like he could have taken that. But yeah, you're just not putting forth the efforts. I don't know what you expect is gonna happen there. If you just don't take the time. Sometimes I do underestimate the knight a little bit when it comes to some of these attacking positions. Like, it'll sort of sneak in and kind of plant itself somewhere near the king, and then it leads to a mate that otherwise, you know, it can be a little sneaky that way. So you go here, it's probably already over. What is covering this? Was that, oh, well, the queen, but then it won't be there anymore. So the knight, it's almost like he just doesn't have enough material in the vicinity right now, so despite everything else, it's still not enough. You have this, which is not made even still. Why was that move so difficult for them? What? Sometimes I don't get the amount of time it takes. Not that it takes very long, but yeah, I don't have the... yeah, at some point it becomes like a boredom and a preference issue. Like, you have to really enjoy it more than what I'm doing, and this one is at least adequately challenging, but I just can't bring myself to take it seriously enough. And we basically had it too. I think that's the issue that I'm having. Or you know what I'll say? Maybe I'll invent a new thing. Because I drew it, should that be a rule? Like, I'm doing it like once per session. Because I drew it, now I can do it as many times as I want in one. I guess that's fair, right? So only if I draw it, then I can do it as many times as I want. I don't have to wait for... I'll use that, because it did take me forever to draw it, so I can just do it over and over. Like, what would it take? I'm just curious. What would it take to beat this? And the thing is, it would take time. It would take time in the course of a game, and I'm just not doing that. Although sometimes I got a couple good positions even without doing that. Like why am I going so fast? And then this leads to all kind of weird things like he castles now. What do I do with this? I could take... He could take and it'll turn into a pin as well. Like, I just don't know. I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know where you're supposed to put this now. Here. This is why I just like trading them off, because it turns into a disaster otherwise. Right now it'll take an hour for him to actually do this. So if he end Pizance, it's fine. If he doesn't, then he'll just take it, so that's fine too. I just go too fast. Like, this is the surface level issue that sometimes people have. I guess I just won't castle. I mean, I can't figure it out. And this will immediately, in fact, lead to something else. Okay. And, you know, sometimes you're just losing literally in the opening, so I can't even explain it. You can take and chat. Okay. I can't do it. It's so stupid because this is kind of showing you, like, yeah, like the surface level that people treat it. If you can't play at some level, right, like a good level, without having to think, then people don't want to do it. It makes you seem like, oh, you're dumb because you have to think so hard or you'd have to study or whatever. But that is what you have to do, right? Even if you're a really good player, you're not good just innately, although to an extent, after studying and whatever, you get used to it. But it's like, you still have to sit there and calculate and think for a long period of time. You always have to do that. So there's no shame in doing that. In fact, it's necessary. So it's just... You could go here and pin this. I'm double attacking this, which surprisingly is not enough. So you could pin this, which I don't want to even take it. In fact, I'm not gonna take it. He pins that back, which is annoying because now I don't have any extra other cover to do with it. Or that's actually kind of doing me a favor there. It could just be that, like, the one time I seem like I'm gonna beat it, it's just having a bad game. Like, there's obviously some variance with it. This one in particular does seem very inconsistent that way. But it'll give you chances, right? Like, it's good. Certainly it's better fundamentally than me, but it's like, this is pretty clean, right? This should be a comfortable position. Now is when you actually have to put on the thinking cap and actually start thinking about what you're doing. This move I don't even fear because it can't go anywhere meaningful to really threaten me. But what would be the position that you want here? You want the here is to finish your development. It's interesting that it would even do that. Like, that's kind of a cute thing, but what does it really do? Oh. Okay. I didn't consider the fact that I wasn't even covered there. Now you're going to try to create some sort of thing here with either the knight or the bishop that way. And so it shouldn't be that simple or that easy, like whatever it is that you're trying to do. He would take, I would take. Wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would, okay. You need more. You can pull this away, or not really. You could take with either the bishop or that. Yeah, it won't make any super obvious mistakes. It'll at least be a couple move calculation caliber. That doesn't even seem right, but I'll still do it. So you're going to try to put the queen there and put the queen there, and you even have the knight potentially as well in the process. And so what you can do, I don't know what this really leaves you exposed to, because again, it'll block the diagonal, and I'll even be able to put the bishop in front of it, or even before that, I go here, but then again, it will allow them to go there. I don't like this move, and it probably gives you some vulnerabilities, but I don't know exactly what the problem with it is. So you'll what? But how? What if? Okay. But how? That move makes no sense. What? But how? So that's the part where you really have to start thinking a little more. Wait. What was that move though? Because he must have a mate, but like you could have either took that and checked, or you could have even took this seemingly for free. And so now you're showing that you can just mate, I guess, straight out. Because this is where your pieces get so constrained too. Materially, it wasn't bad, but obviously I've just lost because you can't do anything. I love when some of these moves take so long. Like, okay, I guess I can just keep doing it. I'll just keep doing it until I get lucky one time and it just messes up or just things fall in place. Like, I can't. I don't know. I had some of that classical spirit before, although I sometimes would be impatient, but I have no patience whatsoever to do it. And I had a couple good games against it, but okay. It's the knight that just does it for me. If I can't trade the knights early, at least one night I can't do anything. It's just not worth it because it gets pushed around so much. Like, why even bother? Right, it's just not something I can do. But no, it'll do some opening or something weird that actually benefits me because somehow I'll be more comfortable. Like, even this is pretty closed pawn structure where I don't mind it as much. You could raise this and then it turns into something else. This is actually odd because I normally would do this, but now I can't do it. This is covered also so by the knight, but he's kind of already busting out my pawns and going for a very aggressive opening. Even though you could you know, queenside castling is usually not very good, but that's like a fake fork because you want to trade, but you don't have to do it too crazy. And then if you go here, you can always get trapped. So here I would take, yeah, I almost don't mind just leaving that there, but then again, he'll still take, and that'll be pinned. Right, I have to be a little aggressive too. So you take here, or you're not even doing it. If you take, I take, you take. You're ignoring that, which means it must be really strong what you're doing. But I still don't even see it. The queen will come in there and then you probably just won't be able to do anything about it. Because of course, this thing is just way too good. Like, what if I just keep... No, I won't have the chance to do it. Or wait. Oh, that's why it was so crazy, because the rook could have just done it there. Yeah, see, this is what it devolves into. You're not really playing, you're not really trying. It's just window dressing. This is how a lot of people treat the game too. It's like, it's nothing to do with, oh, innate ability or genius or anything. It's like, just, you'd have to study, you'd have to, you know, do it all the time, which doesn't mean you'd be the best or anything, but it just means it's a bit artificial because, okay. Alright. It's a bit artificial because it means that, you know, anybody to some extent could do it, or nobody could do anything without, you know, doing that. You'd have to study. That's always the trick of like starting at a young age. It makes you seem better than what you are. Oh, by the age of 10, this guy was already like a title player, but maybe the average person could be too if they made it like their whole life goal and priority. Obviously, there's a lot of people who do take it seriously who still aren't very good, but it's not, you just have to be willing to do that. And so oftentimes people try to cheat the process a bit and say like, well, we don't want to have to think too hard, so we'll just either do faster formats, or we will do something like, we'll do either faster formats. What is that? I mean, we'll either do faster formats, or we'll just try to study until the point where we don't have to think too hard, and then it's fine. But well, that sort of saved me from the fork, so there must be something better in doing that. Oh, that was royal fork. I'm not even looking at what I'm doing here. That's how bad the knight is, that you would just assume it's always going to be, you know, you're not even going to take it. I could take it with the bishop and it'd be fine. I just said that there was a royal fork too, so. I like how I had basically beaten it though. I don't get it. And I was like doing these super aggressive games, and, you know, getting to an end game, I'm up material. Like, what is it that I'm doing because I'm going so fast? What is it that I'm missing that I would do in those other games? You know, or like if we get off to this quick pace of just trade everything, right, then that tends to benefit me as well. If I just go, you know, it's already simplified, it's already pretty good. Now, I'd want this to go here, and you can't even go there. Like, you might want to attack this. And so you get the little V-shaped structure, which isn't entirely suited to a bishop pair. There's some good moves where I start to put a little pressure, but I can't do it yet. And even having two knights is not really what I like, but like I always say that in principle, there's no such thing as a knight pair. There's no reason why you ever want two knights. You would rather trade it for either a bishop or their own knight. Anything like that would be fine. So you're putting a ton of pressure on here. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. There's just basic fundamental things that I'm trying to do. I create a stack. They're playing kind of all cute and comfortable, just like me. Now this you should be able to actually do now. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they, wait, I can do it. Unless my math is wrong, I should actually be able to do this. Like, was there no way they could have stopped that? Like, how did that happen? Even if I win like one pawn, I'm shocked by it. And the more trades, the better. So if you take with the queen, which you won't do. Just to be clear, this is level 6. Like, how is this happening? I'm even shocked. Not saying you'll win because of that, but just anything about that is good. Now, you could even put the queen on here and then do a double stack because it'll be safe from the perspective that even if you... Well, no, I guess it... I was just about to say that. It'd be safe because even if you put the rook there, I could still double take, but because of the knight, now I can't do that. So now you got to start finding like little needling moves, like, oh, you're threatening multiple things. I think that's what I've learned from doing this, though, is like I'm really weak in end games because even openings, like I haven't studied ever, but just because you do them so often, right, you have no choice but to kind of see what's going wrong and stuff like that. If you... you know, like you have to look at openings just because they happen every game and you're gonna pick some stuff up from that. But end games often don't happen in a very meaningful way, and it's even to the point where you... It's even to the point where you decide that, you know, by the time you get to the end game, usually you're up by enough where it doesn't matter, but... Again, even if we got a draw, like this position is music to my ears because it's so, you know, trade heavy. Now, can I be some endgame master where I do this? Their pawns are a little sporadic, but they're not like terrible. You know, take an open file, but then again, it doesn't inspire much confidence in me either. See, now here, there's no reason why I should lose. But at the same time, I don't know, because I almost want to bring the king to there just to cover it, because there's got to be some way to like keep the rook out. See, you keep the rook out by... Yeah, now how should you be able to... It'll be like, you go here and then... Okay, dude. There, and then if I take with the pawn, then you take. But the thing is that not only could I do this, but I also have the king there. So you do it, I take, you'll do this one. Then if I take... The difference with that is the rook doesn't even necessarily have to be there right now. We have the open file. If you take, I take... Like, really, how much can you do? That's my big question. How much can you do with a position like this? And I just don't get it, because it doesn't seem like that big of a deal that you should be able to do a ton with it. So this actually seems like a bad idea because you're sort of self-pinning later, but not really. Just look at his knight moves. Like, I'm not going to lose this one. Now, I might not win it, but... And I think about these pawns, which I'm not really using. So like if he goes there, you have something here, you have the other... You know, the other pawn. This stops the knight from even coming in at all. Come to think of it. So what's going to happen now is he'll come here, but he can't. And then you might try to push my knight out. I have a temptation to go here, mainly because it's the only square I can even go to. But then from there, there's nowhere good to go either. That's the problem. I go there, but then there's nowhere to actually go. If I do that, I could sit sort of pretty on the edge of the border. I could even sit here. This seems actually like a net positive move because it allows you to... Okay, but how come... Okay. the same thing that we've said before, right? But now, no, but it shouldn't matter, because if he does it, I take, then he takes, but then I still take with the king. So I don't actually see it. So now we're gonna try to trade this, and if he doesn't do it, then what happens is also, okay, you could check from here. Doesn't do a ton. Yeah, I kept thinking he's gonna sack it. So now this is actually an octopus knight, and the reason why that's so powerful is because of the simple fact that, again, you've planned it out. You have the anchor pawn, so now you want some other pressure to place onto here. And the reason why is because, you know, you can keep attacking this, so now it puts a lot of, wait. Oh, but it's pointless. So if I go here, is there like a safe, there's not many safe spots to go to, but you can always come back here, no matter what. Let's try it, but I don't see the full path of anywhere good that I can go with it. So what you're trying to do now is you're trying to pick up a pawn or two. This is also an octopus knight square that could be better because you're perpetually hitting this, and that move he just made was not very impactful. And the reason why it wasn't impactful is because he's just sort of sitting there, not really doing anything. This could be a consideration that he goes there, he gives a check. It is powerful, and it's especially even powerful because, you know, you by going here, you know, my king almost has nowhere to go. So this could be the thing. Okay, he goes here, I go down. Then there's something like, you know, the rook comes and you're going here. So there's something bad brewing with that. But since this other pawn isn't under threat, I guess oh wait, but I can't even do that. It's hard because, okay, you'll give the check, and then I'm forced to move, and then the act of doing that could be problematic. If I go here, I get forked. So I want it to be like almost on the other side of here. You go here, and then he gives a check, and then I move, and then there shouldn't be much that he can do with that, so... But it's still the wrong... It's still the wrong positioning, because then if he brings the rook down, my king won't be there. You check, I go down... Now this is hitting that pawn again, and so it's a good octopus knight position, or it's not even truly an octopus knight position. Okay, now why can't I do the same thing that I was just talking about? Because if I go there, I'll get forked, which is unfortunate. So it's almost like the king needs to move first, then that check is no longer relevant. Like, look at how much you have to do to make this happen, and it doesn't mean I'll win this at all. I don't even know if this would be considered winning for... Okay. Now, should this not be objectively winning this pawn, but it's still not, because... Oh my god. But how? Like, even after all that, now he can cover it there. Or, wait. Oh, there too, yeah. This is where you get to the stage in the game where it's a matter of mathematical impossibility. Like, there's nothing that you can actually do. This is why there's so many draws at even an intermediate level. Like, there's nothing mathematically that you can do. You could give a check here, and then that might just give the king almost too much mobility. Like, I'm tempted to do it, but then it could be it could backfire. I'm surprised. I thought he might go further out. Now, if you go to here, you're threatening the other pawn as well. And then if I move the knight, that's also something. Now, I'm getting my rook maybe a little too far out and a little too ambitious in doing this, because now you may leave yourself exposed to something very clear that, you know, okay, I go somewhere, then he brings his rook in the open file, then I move my king, then he brings the rook down, then I move it here. Like, it could be a problem, but I'm somehow okay with it, I guess. Mainly just because you want something to sort of happen, right? You just want something interesting to happen. Yeah, see, I'm already calling it, but so now I'm letting him have that because somehow, but he won't even do it. You could do this now. You're double attacking it, and again, unless I'm mistaken, unless there's some kind of voodoo magic going on here, I just don't understand. You go here. There's nothing that he's taking. Like let's encapsulate this moment. Move 47 of this game. Is it finally that I can do something that he can't do something about? Is it finally at that point? Is that possible? Because I'm confused. So I go there, and then you just have to explain to me what he can do. There's nothing he can threaten. He can give a check. I go here. The act of giving the check still doesn't let you cover that. Like, I'm going to do it, but I almost don't believe that it's a real thing. He could target that, so I mean, it'll still turn into something, but it might be worth might be worth it at this point to do that. I mean, I can't cover it anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's gonna be where he's closer to promoting, and I still lose. Like, I can't. Okay. Okay. And this one won't count. I give up. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay, I can't. Yeah, end games. I mean, I thought I didn't like openings to some extent. End games are just not. It's so repetitive. Like, it's so unbelievable. Like, you're trying to tell me I couldn't have drawn that, or I couldn't still potentially win it. I just can't even believe it. I don't know. Like, I already can't do it, so. Almost with the number of pawns you have, you might be able to do something, but maybe just by letting it get to this point, I would still be losing, which is weird. Like, what if I didn't do the other thing? Like, I'm just trying to see theoretically what would it take in a vacuum to beat this. Like, is it possible, or is it just not? It might not be humanly possible to beat this. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe even super GMs can't beat this. Nobody can beat this, because obviously they can, but I just can't believe it. It's not something that makes any sense to me. So you wouldn't want to take that. And I can't move this anywhere, so I could put it there, I guess. Alright, that opens up maybe too much for it, which even at that point it would seem worth it, but you have to, like, almost disrespect your opponent at that point. Like, the fact that they're willing to do that, right, would show you that The fact that they're willing to do that would show you that it must be very good, because right, they must have something, otherwise they wouldn't let that happen. You're trying to threaten there. So now, if I'm not mistaken, I'd be in a better position then. Would there's no way. Oh man. But I may have to trust that they could do something else then. Because it's like they'll go here to, but the king is there. This should be shaping up like it's an easy win, but this doesn't make sense. So now they have this here. There's no way. There's no way. Of course, I won't think it through all the way, but if I did, it would be very good. Now, all my king would have to do is stop this or take out some of his stuff. Okay, as long as the king is there. This is covered by the knight. This is hilarious. This is covered by the knight. It doesn't even matter. I could try to press on that. He could maybe try to get here with his own king. See, at some point you do almost even have to make moves like this. Like, how could this not be good? Oh. Alright. I've had a couple. That's why it seems so amazing. I've had a couple where it seems like even winning, but I just can't do it. This side seems a little bit bad, but like, even taking this doesn't seem necessary. I wish I could just push my pawn, but I guess I just can't. It's just impossible. Like, I cannot physically do this. You're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell. Yeah, end games are not a real thing, man. Holy shit. What is this? Like, what are these? Yeah, I didn't realize. So level 6 is like, you know, good in the opening, you know, decent in the middle game, but it's a god in the end game. Or again, I just don't have any idea. It's the least intuitive part, because at least the opening you concede to the fact that, okay, there's opening theory and study that, but the end game is completely nonsensical. Nobody is doing any of the things that you'd have to do naturally. It's so unintuitive. You can't do it. I mean, I don't care. You have to study it, or there's something I'm just not, you know, doing. So it's the sort of thing where you normally don't even try, or you don't have to, because again, you're up by enough to where it'd be fine. So I don't get what it is that happened, but where was white winning? White is winning like here. Yeah, show me how you win this, because I have no idea. I have no idea how you do this. And you couldn't even really explain it. That's the thing. You can't even explain it. The manner that you would have to do to get this to promote is virtually impossible. Right, like you have to make the exact sequence, right sequence of moves. It's impossible. This is the hardest part, honestly, in all of chess. Right, there's nothing more difficult than what you're seeing here. It seems so simple and so obvious, but if you don't do it exactly the right way, although this seems like you're winning by such a margin, but it makes no sense. It's almost like the knight could be trapped too. So that's how clear it was, but I don't get how that materialized from what I was doing before. Like, what did I even do? That was a blunder. So the difference of pushing this, and I guess the reason why is because probably his next move would be the knight move. So that always makes sense. So what you're trying to do in this position, if you want this to be instructive, is you're trying to restrict the knight's movement, because by making this simple move, how to make the knight useless in one simple move. Oh wait, just by simply putting it on the board in the first place, it's already useless, but now you can't move it up. You go down, you can almost trap it, and you literally have trapped it, or not, but whatever, it still makes it inconvenient to use. It still would be super hard to do this, so that's the thing. But no, I keep getting to these sort of winning positions, or although even that was a lot of... Okay, so here I'll try to beat the level 6 mod again, and I probably won't even do the other ones. Like, I introduced a new rule that said, okay, since I drew it, now I can try as many times as I want in a session. Right, instead of I was saying, oh, I can only do it like once per day or once per stream or whatever. So here, again, you're at the point where, you know, you're feeling like you have to do something that that players don't typically do, which is what explains the low level. Forget about even studying, although that's obviously very necessary and important. It's more like the active amount of effort and time that you're putting into a particular game. So even saying, oh, you can try it multiple times, you shouldn't even do that. It should be more like it should be more like, you know, you should just do one, but you should really take your time and try your best. There's never a time where it feels like, with this one at least, like this level of opponent, which could be like probably 1900-ish on here, which would make sense because I mean I was already 17, so it's not like, you know, beating a 17 wouldn't be this difficult. Beating a 2000, roughly, even like an 1800, it wouldn't be quite like this. So 19 to 2000 would be about right, is what this would take. Of course, it's not really easy to measure because of how fast they move, right? That kind of distorts it, because even if it was a 2000, they might still, you know, if it was a 10-minute game, sure, I might struggle on time, but they would also have some amount of time that they're using. So it wouldn't feel this one-sided where obviously, oh, they're moving instantly. So this is similar to, I think, what it did in one of the games yesterday. So, but no, it's that idea that you're actually taking your time and taking it seriously in the course of a game, that you're letting white have the initiative with the pawns. And the reason why is because as black, you can accept that because you're a move behind. So they're playing so aggressively with the pawns here that it makes it difficult to, you know, it makes it difficult to deal with this. So if you keep going and then you keep going, it's a problem. But then they also last time moved this one, so then it becomes a problem because like you go, if they take this, is exactly I think what happened in like the other one. Right, they're pushing so aggressively that you would think you should be able to punish them for this in terms of there's just certain moves here that you have to do, that you kind of have to know, or you'd really have to think about it. Taking this seems stupid. letting them take seems almost okay, but the problem is that you're gonna need like a cover around there somewhere. I just don't know. Like this would be, again, you're not putting forth the effort, but it never feels like so one-sided that like, oh, I couldn't figure this position out. Right, if I thought about it enough, but I just am not doing that. So this almost seems good because then you could pull the king back and then you're really safe with these particular pawns because there shouldn't be, but then he has the knight too. He'll bring the knight and the queen, and he'll even put it like there. This is kind of good though. See, this is like my defensive style where if I can survive through this, it would be okay. Right, if I can just last long enough. If he does this, I can even just raise it, was my thought. Now I can't. Now I need another cover for this. In order to be able to move the king. Because now this could be coming. You just have to break up the pawns at some point that I often don't do. I'm sort of comfortable with them being locked and whatever. So I was trying to get it so that I could do that. So that I could cover that an extra time, but now I just can't do it. So the light square bishop was in a bad spot, the knight was in a bad spot. One of those mathematical impossibilities where you just can't do anything about it. So again, that's a moment where you'd either have to take more time or you'd have to study it. It's not even possible to do anything, so. And then I like that they put even more pressure than that. Like, you're gonna lose that one anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then you're getting forked. So like, it's just, yeah. I mean, to be fair, this would be my performance again in like a bullet game or a blitz game because that's how quickly I'm playing. I'm not taking my time at all, so I don't know what to expect. The fact that it even comes down to that is telling, but then again, for somebody who doesn't study and hasn't studied, you would expect that because there's just nothing you can do. I mean, this is where like my principle of trading pieces comes in because you wouldn't have to worry about this if, like, you know, the bishop is useless doing nothing, right? A lot of these pieces, the bishop and the knight, they're useless. So wouldn't you have rather traded them? But somehow, you know, if I'm not able to do that, I can't do anything. That's my whole system. My whole style of play is very trade based because it makes it so much simpler. They wouldn't be able to do some of those attacks. Like, what is it that you're actually supposed to do? I don't get it. Okay, now this. Now, couldn't they just do something simple here, like attack it with this one too? Like, if that situation ever occurred, right? At any point, if it occurred, I just want to see what that would entail. What would that mean? Forget about I don't care about that. Forget about that. I'm saying, what is the actual answer to this? It doesn't matter about the pawn though. See, I don't care about that. I'm saying they're opening, like, look at this. You're trying to tell me this is the correct way, even though you were losing here anyway. Like, I'm ignoring all the other moves. I'm just saying in an isolated sense, what is it that this would allow you to do? If it was covered, I guess it just won't happen because you're doing so many other moves. No, but it is doing it. Even there, it is doing it. So I don't know. Sometimes these kingside pawn pushes are the hardest thing for me to deal with because I can't, you know, I don't want to disrupt this, right? There might be something good that you can do, but it always opens you up. Even here seems to be fine. You cover that now, which is pretty good. You take now this, like, look at this, and it's almost still a, you know, you're losing a little bit, but look at how awkward this is. I don't know. One of these times we'd get lucky with like something that's just very comfortable for me that we could do, but it's a case where like even here, they keep doing the same opening over and over, which isn't necessarily how it's been doing it. It would often do different things, but like here, you're not supposed to. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like he could raise it and then still be attacking that, but I guess you have to assume something more is happening with the pawn. So like maybe I should just do that because it just doesn't matter. Like I'll just do it. It makes no difference because I think you're typically meant to put it here, because if you put it here, yes, they cover each other, but they also get in each other's way. Like that one has nowhere to go back if you have to. But then again, this is going to be... really, there's just this temptation to get rid of one of them. Now that's a shocking move too, because it feels like, what if I bring the queen there? But then he's just not going to castle, obviously, that side. He's going to queenside castle. Because yeah, sometimes even as much as I revere the bishops, it doesn't do anything because it doesn't do anything because what if I took, he took? No, but then I'd be willing to do that. Like I'm trading I would take his bishop, he would take my knight, but then my own bishop gets in the way. So if I just move the knight, sometimes the engine will make a weird move like this too, because even though you could take that and make me open the king with that pawn, see, it ends up the same way as it was last time, which might not even... Wait, what? See, I mean, this is the weird way. This is the weird way that it can play. Like, how is it playing like this? I still wouldn't know necessarily how to take advantage of it, but what if I just bust up some of these pawns now? But no, I should be trying to put together an attack, but I just can't figure out how to do it. Like, even to move the king so that the rook could go here, then you could place this here, but then they could still do that. This square seems so attractive, but unfortunately they can still do this. So it doesn't actually matter. The knight could be good. Let's just do that anyway. Now, if I was to take with this, like, why would they even do that? I would take, and then what do they get? They take my queen. Okay, that's not so big of a deal, but the other knight isn't doing much of anything. There's always like some attack with this one, I just can't figure out what it is. They're actually starting to sack pieces and all this, and so you... Okay, I don't even mind if some trading occurs. This is still covering here, so I'm happy with that. I like that sequence, unless they win a piece at the end of it, which I don't even see. Oh, okay, they get that. Again, things that you probably could see if you looked for even a few seconds, but it shows you like just the lack of interest that you have. Maybe it makes it more interesting for you if you are playing a real person, kind of, but even then, it's like this is kind of cute because I'm still threatening a rook in the process, but what would happen is that's problematic is the fact that I could take it. He would take the queen. Like the queen isn't covered at all, so I can't do it. And he's letting me do it, which is odd. Why is he letting me do it? There's nothing crazy that I see immediately happening with that. This is one of those, like, they're giving me the benefit of the doubt. Like, there must be something crazy that if he moves this, right, there must be something I can do. I don't know what it is, and it would probably take me a while to see it, and I wouldn't even look for it. But somehow he's giving me the benefit of the doubt there. This doesn't seem that bad now, but whatever that move was, I couldn't even explain why it's good. Okay. I mean, just forget it. It's no use even doing this. Like, I can't. It just shows you the lack of effort. Like, is it doing anything that's really that impressive? Or am I just not even paying attention or anything? Okay, we can just move back and forth. What I was almost trying to do is raise. Oh god. I was trying to raise something like to. Wait, he's letting me do that too. Oh man. Now I could do this to like threaten both of these, but the problem is that you will go and check. You'll check and then you'll come here ultimately. So you almost should be able to try to take a draw here, but like you see how I just give up the knight there, which is very comical. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, just hang people. Like, it's so stupid. So they gave me a window of a couple moves in there that would have been good, but this seems very strong. It's just... Now, you could pin this, and then interestingly, even if you were to move it, there's a mate incoming. Okay. If I didn't just hang my knight there, maybe something would have happened, but this is still playing it in too fast of a pace, ultimately. It almost didn't look like it was doing anything, but I mean, it's just kind of sad though. See, this shows you what it's about. It's just like you're not even interested enough to really take it seriously, so you don't really enjoy the process of how annoying it can be. That's what I don't get. Even, you know, at the intermediate to higher level, then you see the number of draws that you get. Because I've shown that in a lot of games too. Like, if I really wanted to do it, I could draw a lot of even like 2,000 opponents and stuff like that. It just takes a very long time or whatever. It's just not really interesting or enjoyable. So you could do it if you want. Just take a very long time, even study a very long time, get a lot of draws. Like, is that really what you want to do? Even in the best case, it's not like that's somehow a fault of your style. It's like that's just how the game works. So you're doing it the right way. I'd happily take that trade even if it puts us a little bit out of position, or it's kind of baiting for another trade too. So this could already be going to a favorable pace because it would just simplify it so much. But again, like a good player will often do, they'll even deny you the trade in that way. So it's uncovered, which means I could move this theoretically anywhere. Right, this shows you how bad the knight actually can be. You could move the knight anywhere, and this is being attacked, but there's nowhere good to actually move it. Okay, now you can't do that. The trade might not even be so bad, but then it leaves them with the bishop pair and me without one. So some of these back and forth repetitive moves can sometimes be the best thing, right? He's almost struggling to do that. Right, you just keep threatening, and then at some point it will... You keep going with it, it could be a little problematic. So let him take it. I don't really have a choice, so you take... Oh, that even ruins the fact of him letting him take that. But, wait. See, this trade they should almost always take, but the fact that they still don't is shocking to me. Like, how is that possible? So now... I still don't immediately see what that does. This would be still fine, although it's pinned to my queen too. Take. What? A lot of these things, you know, again, I could see if I just had any patience at all. Beating non-8 computers, just shuffling until it gives away a free piece. The only level 8 which refuses to hang pieces. No, this one doesn't hang pieces at all. This one is actually very good. I mean, you have to at least calculate a couple of moves ahead, which I can do, but I'm just being kind of lazy. Gave me well, it probably wasn't just straight up free, right? It would have taken a little bit of thought, but yeah, I'm sure it makes like those intermediate mistakes, like if you look at a couple move sequence. But no, I've beaten it in a general positional way a couple times. I just mess up kind of in the end game, is what is exposed. Does a dice roll each turn if it's gonna make a bad move? No, it makes some mistakes, but it's in a way I even said it's sort of human like that way. Like it'll make mistakes, but not the most obvious mistakes, like the kind that, you know, even 1800s to 2000s will sometimes make. That's like, okay, it's a blunder, but it takes a little bit of thought to see it, and especially assuming the time control, like, you know, it's moving instantly that a real player wouldn't do. So there's threats of flagging, there's threats of choking under time pressure. So I actually like this as a bot, is that it's very, this would be the one I would use it as an example, right? Oh, there's this 5-year-old chess prodigy who's really good, right? Let's see if he can beat this one, as opposed to any other, because you would actually have to sit there and take your time. There's no way to actually beat or know what you're doing and have studied. There's no way to beat this one just on a surface level that I try to play. Right, which again, even then I shouldn't play so fast. But like, it's not as hard as I'm making it seem, but you have to actually play like a consistent, solid game that I just can't do. Right, I'm way too impatient or something. I just cannot take it seriously. Like, okay, the opening should be pretty simple. Right, it's fine. Then at some point, and see, yeah, even those instances where I do punish it and it, you know, does something maybe slightly wrong, then I mess up in the end game. Or wait, that's not even what I was. Fuck. Yeah, now I'm just playing it like rapid over and over. But yeah, it makes sort of, you know, realistic mistakes that I'm sure, you know, intermediate players even make. But in fact, in that sense, it's kind of like me, that like I won't make super obvious mistakes typically, like where I'm just hanging a piece, but there'll be, if you can see like a 2 to 3 move sequence where you might win something, then that obviously can happen, because I'm not always thinking ahead like that. But no, I like the way he says it, like it's doing it as if on purpose, like, oh, we got to make a mistake here to make it fair, right? So that it doesn't seem like it's too good. Which, yeah, it definitely makes blunders, it definitely makes mistakes, but that's assuming that players don't do that either at every level, but especially 2000-ish that this is at. But no, I don't think it's ever hung a piece just outright. It would be more like you have to do something a little bit tactical, like, okay, you have to do a 2 to 3 move sequence, which shouldn't be that intimidating or crazy, in order to get it right. It's never just like, oh, whoops, I hung my queen, or, you know, whatever. It'll do something a little clever. This is like entry level, like this is 1500 FIDE level probably, or maybe even a little higher. that like it's not great, but it's just good enough that you have to kind of know what you're doing or put forth some amount of effort, right? Like the bare minimum that anybody should be able to do, and I can do, but I just don't. Or I just got maybe burnt out because I played it so many times, even again having some good performances. I feel like now we're out of the opening, so now there should be nothing that it can do that, or now I should start to think a little more. See, now it doesn't come down to, I don't know. And the level 5 one was so easy. I beat it in one try. I think it was my first time ever playing it. So like how does it jack up that far? Like there's a huge difficulty spike between 5 and 6. 1 through 4 were all a joke, even though 4 I made it seem better than what it was and just kept, you know, taking it not seriously enough. And then 5 I didn't even have to try really. So now 6 I have to try extremely hard. Like really, it's been like at least 20 games where I played sort of normally in a row, right? And not counting the recent ones where I've just been sort of speedrunning it. So it's not something that I could normally beat without a significant amount of time or effort. So there's no way I should be able to beat 7 or 8. Yeah, see, here is fine if I just take my time. I have to come up with some sort of plan. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing, but I tend to think, I mean, aside from just, oh, no, this is perfect for me. Because, again, I'm always looking for trades, even though this puts the rook a little bit out of position. That's fine. So now we have a bishop pair, although I don't typically use it extremely well. You know, shouldn't I almost be able to take this? Because I would take, they would take, I would take. We need, obviously, to bring the queen in there. Dude, what does that move accomplish besides just attacking the rook there? It doesn't actually seem like a very good diagonal to have. This is going to be potentially coverable here. So I don't think I'm too worried about that. Like, there's nowhere good that he can move the knight, or maybe, I don't know. Like, we're putting a ton of pressure on that pawn. So these bishop moves are not very interesting. Like, the way they have their bishop pair is very bad. This move seems pointless. This move seems bad. They're doing it out of necessity, sure, but yeah, this might be actually the most instructive bot, because if you can beat this and you can play against this, you're doing something right. You know, you're thinking, again, beyond a surface level. That's actually my whole attrition style that can be so bad, right? I try to do as much without having to think, right? I try to avoid that as much as possible. So like, oh, I could sit there and calculate, I can do certain things, but I try to avoid it. That's why I like to trade so much, right? I'll just try to trade so I don't have to think about it. So this diagonal is not the greatest. I could try to bust it up by doing this, but I don't think that's the right thing to do, or that's not what I typically like to do. This move I almost just can't even figure out. Or I should try to do it like this. But then something's going to happen with like a double diagonal there too. But like they'll move this and then do something there. Level 6 is hard because you can't let your guard down at all. It just seems like there's something with this pawn. Like if I was to do this, it would open something up. Like if they ever put the queen there, obviously, you know, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, and then I'd be able to take. I'm just very bad at like coming up with attacking ideas. I have to always let them do something, then survive it. I don't know. It's like that offensive imagination that some people have is definitely lacking for me. Now it seems like now I should be able to take this. And not only should I be able to take it, this is all part of their plan. It'll be worth it because they'll sack this here and then they'll do something else. But they can't even do that. See, that could have just been a mistake. And we've been sitting on this threat for like an hour. I would take, they would take, wait, but it's still not worth it because I'd have to give up my rook then. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. But it's like, I take the pawn, they take the knight, I take the bishop, they take... It's still worth it. Like, it's mathematically fine. Right, I get +1, -2, +1... Wait. I get... a knight... A knight, a bishop, a pawn. They get a knight and a rook, though. No, so that's not worth it. Why does that seem like it's good? Right, so they didn't need the queen cover at all then? I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would... It'd be fine if it was just the rook, but the fact that I have to give up the knight too... I don't know why that's so hard for me to even calculate, but at least I'm trying. See, I would never be able to do this if it was on the clock, but then again, no normal person is going to move this fast either, so you can't really feel bad about that. So if this was a classical 30-minute game against a 1900 rated player, this is what it would look like. And this is what it would take to... I don't know, like I just genuinely have no idea what to even do here. Not that it's bad or that I'm losing, I just can't figure out something that will make the position active. Like, what's he really going to push this all the way now? You double stack, like, you can't even explain these moves. Like, what is that move? Where did that come from? That has nothing to do with anything. You're creating a double stack randomly here. Right, like, you cannot even explain what that does or why they're doing it. That's not even thinking like a move or two ahead. That must be thinking like 10 moves ahead. Maybe just to make it active, I guess. You know, I can't even do that. Something about this is useless, so it almost seems like putting the bishop here would be good. Okay, so maybe I waited too long. Maybe I should have done that. But even that I don't fully understand, because now you're going to be threatening this probably, but if I take, they take, now they're threatening here. Which still doesn't even bother me that much. I'm not seeing entirely... I mean, I'll just play into their hands. I don't know what it's doing. Right, but whenever they make moves like that, you have to know there's something good happening for them. Otherwise, why would they, you know, why are they doing all this? They take. I still don't see it. Could this be one of these dice rolls where they just make a mistake and blunder a piece? Because it's like I'm not even putting any pressure on them. Right, I'm not attacking anything in a meaningful way. So if I take, they take, then what happens? Like, they could check there. They could check with the bishop already. So the act of them coming in, it still doesn't seem like a mate, and they don't have enough pieces around. Just kind of busts up the position a bit, like... If I... Okay, I'll take their bishop. They'll take with the queen. then they'll give a check immediately with the bishop there, which I can't really block. So they'll leave a check with the bishop on e5. Then I'm just mated because they're already there. With the queen, I could block with maybe the knight. I could bring the knight to h3. Right, so it seems... It actually... Maybe I'm missing something. It seems like I'll survive. Okay, here we go. Or no, I could even do that too. Oh, what the fuck. Even there, I'm not in a net minus though. It's still even material. Right, even after all that, you're still even material. And now I could move this anywhere I want and then be threatening to take... Oh, I don't know. Like, you gotta at least give it that. Like, this is not normal. This is not a normal game because... You know what I mean? Like, nobody plays like this. Like, who have I ever played that plays like this that's not 2,000 plus? I've never seen it. Okay, this is protected. This you could still take. And so I'm in a fine position now after all that, but they're doing just kind of weird things that I cannot explain. So now this is the part where I start to mess up though. Like, I'm doing fine, but they'll wear me out now, sort of in the end game. So the fork would be protected against by the knight, but I also don't want to do that. Like, leave it there, but there's no... oh, whoops. I was kind of considering it, but I didn't for sure want to do it. So this will be protected, but it won't matter. So then the queen will come in there, and then I'd love to just present like a trade. But they're not going to let me do it. Now, if I do that and then they do this, I take, they take, I take, they take, I don't know. Like, oh, okay, that's the best thing, unless there's something bad that happens now. That's the best thing they could have done because I was practically begging for a trade. Now, the only oddity of this is the fact that they have 2 rooks and I have 1, even though the material is even. I don't fully understand how. Like, just the pawns, you know, that I'm not going to use probably as effectively as I should. Like, this would be probably a draw or maybe even winnable, but you'd have to do it exactly the right way, which I don't know at all how to do. Like, that move even was kind of crushing because now you can take this and check. There's probably just nothing I can do about it. You lose the bishop. I mean, maybe that just had to happen, but even then, I don't feel too discouraged. The knight is not doing me any favors, though. This is actually a pretty good bishop spot, all things considered. That might even be preferable. This would take an open file. They're going to do something with the knight and the rook here that could be problematic. But then again, the knight can't even come in, so maybe where my knight is fine. They'll take the open file and just deal with it. Now if we go here, this is starting to become problematic. They'll attack the knight then, and then it's kind of trapped. I mean, you could go here, but then what they'll do is they'll push the pawn itself. Because yeah, it's simple. If I move the rook to cover it now, it's almost like you shouldn't even worry about it then. But the act of them attacking the knight would mean No, but then I could cover it like with the king. I got no, but I can't even do that either. Yeah, that's a good way to escape a threat, I guess, is just like pose a threat of your own. Then you can just, you know, like I can't cover that effectively. So instead I have to just try to um I have to try to threaten something of his. So shouldn't I be able to do this? Like I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm doing it. Maybe over like I just get desperate to just make something happen. Now I'm probably gonna lose because of that. Because now the knight's just gonna be a total liability and fuck everything up. Right, I can't even cover it. Like I just get impatient and I try to rush it and force something, which I don't have to do. He's still only +2, but then obviously having 2 rooks is just way too good. Again, it's something in that later stage where I was in a perfectly fine position and then I try to just liquidate. I'm just too eager to always trade everything. You could go here maybe. Or I'm shocked he didn't just do that and then compel the trade that way. Yeah, if you were to learn from that, right, the one part of the game that's relevant is just towards the end, where I probably was in a fine position most of the game, maybe even winning part of it. That's typically how these go, and then towards the end, it probably was at least even. Maybe not. But again, these minor sort of advantages aren't that big of a deal. So towards here, I don't know what exactly I was meant to do. All this is manageable though, right? Even if you're down by a little bit, that's a blunder. So, okay. What is it that you're trying to do here? Because I'm sitting on this position for like an hour and I don't understand. Like, what does the act of doing that do? It doesn't do anything. They could just like move back and forth and it just doesn't matter. I'm not putting any threat, right? There's just make it a draw. Like, nothing is happening here. You're trying to create a double stack even with the rooks further. But if you were to go back and do it, I went here and then what should I take? See, this is one of those fake moves then. I can just take it apparently. And so why did they even do that? Like, why did they even do that? It makes it seem like a threat opens up, but no, and I think I did that anyway. Yeah, I even called their bluff. No, wait, but did they do this or not? I don't know. How did... Oh, no, but they checked. Okay, but I go here, but they can still take. But wait, didn't that end up happening anyway? Like... So my sequence worked out very similarly because I do that, they take, I take, and then I take. Okay, that was fine. So it's still in drawish territory, but again, playing this position will be very complex. That's a blunder apparently just because I'm desperate to trade. But you wouldn't be winning this anyway, so it'd be a draw. So I guess, again, my desire to just trade and leave that wide open. Checkmate. Yeah, it's something about this mid late mid game to the end game that I just can't do those positions because you just even if you were to say study them, I don't know how you would study the exact one that you happen to see. They're always so different. It's like, what am I supposed to do instead? Like, we actually have to fight this out with the queen. It's kind of like the problem with this part of the game is how are you even supposed to know like what it is that you're working towards? Right? It's so random that you can't have really a plan. Like, why is that worth it for him to do that? Like, that bishop was really that strong? Yeah, I mean, there's something about endgames, like, conceptually that you just have to learn. There's nothing... Like, how do you know what you're trying to do here? And then it ends up being a draw anyway, so... You can't really look at the engine for this, I guess. You have to just... Yeah, it might be that the end game is actually the hardest part because of chess, or just something that I don't know at all or don't find interesting. Yeah, sure. Have I actually played him on here? His account might not even show up. It was always on the other site that I play him. Oh, he even has the duck there as a pride of his duck chess. Is it your most... Oh, he's doing it just to show that he can beat it. I'm assuming it's the same one. Okay. Yeah, let's just see sort of. There'll be some crazy move that happens, right? This is all pretty solid. That move is not one that I would ever make, so I don't know if that's something... I guess it's not even the best move, so it's just a... Oh, he's doing these weird pawn moves, though. What is all this? Okay, so it's pretty... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no, I thought it had loaded 99% accuracy. No, let me see here. 6 is still too hard. I lost to it too... Okay, yeah. So that's a blunder. Why? Because you can end Pizan or just in general? I don't know what that is. So he's playing pretty normally, though. Nothing crazy about it. He's even losing to it here a little bit. Double stack there. You're able to take a pawn. It's still even. Like, what is the breaking point here that happens? It really wants him to move the knight there to f4. He doesn't do it. Good simple trades. That's weird. That's a weird sequence. Like, why is that even good? Why would that even be... Why would you do that? Oh, because it's pinned anyway? Wait, but you're losing still anyway, too. Now, you must be some sort of endgame master to be able to do this, because how... How would you even win this position with a knight and a... Knight and a queen against a knight and a... Or, I mean, a rook and a queen. It's an octopus knight that could have some value. That's a blunder. I stay alive until he hangs 2 pawns in the endgame. That's a blunder as well. But see, these sort of blunders are not super obvious. Like, okay, what did that immediately do? Right, the result of that blunder is what? Nothing. Not him winning a piece, necessarily. Oh, I'm stupid. Right, that kind of shows you how the level of play is. The blunder, even the blunders that are happening here are not immediately obvious what you're getting out of them. Even that one, like, what did that immediately do? Nothing. Right, everything's still the same. That is quite a clever position, though. Like, it's an octopus knight that also covers that. Right, he's just sort of hanging on to it. his back-to-back blunders, he's desperate to trade, which actually, in that position, I don't think most people would do that because it's going to be a rook versus a knight, so you kind of want the queen there to try to make something happen. I don't think I would trust the knight here at all. Yeah, even here that he somehow made it, I'd love to see how this happens. In fact, that pawn is gone. You can't protect it. Oh, but he can't attack it. Wait. Yeah, I don't. What the heck is this position? Now, why can't you do this? Oh, he's completely losing too. How does it mess up this badly? What the hell is going on? Yeah, I'm saying I'm bad at endgames, but it doesn't seem like either of them know how to play it either. Endgames are just a crapshoot. So now it's still a drawn position. A lot of repetitious, boring moves that I would get fed up with. And then you have okay, so it blunders the pawn there. That is so weird though. Yeah, see how it plays like superhuman for so long and it seems totally one-sided, and then it just suddenly messes up in a way that is uncharacteristic. Yeah, it's not consistent with the rest of its play the rest of the game. Although, no, it is making blunders too, but they're just, again, not super obvious. Yeah, what the fuck is it doing? Why does it suddenly just do that? So he gives up a pawn there, which isn't even apparently bad. Right, that pawn apparently didn't hurt it. Or wait, yeah, it's not affecting the valuation though. So even those pawns, he's blundering. I guess they don't matter. Those pawns don't make any difference. Only this move really matters. So like this position is still a draw. So it's fine. And it knows that and it doesn't care. Right? This position is still a draw. So it's only that last pawn that's really a blunder. He has rook f7 to win back the pawns. The trivial endgame. Or yeah, at least if he doesn't do specifically that one move, which is like what, rook c2? Yeah, if he doesn't do rook c2, and then what does he do? I don't think you even are winning back the pawns necessarily, but it's just more like you could just do this forever and it's a draw. So why can't you like keep crawling up though? Okay, then you'd be losing. Yeah, I mean, you can just force a threefold repetition there anyway. So in a way, he almost wants to lose the pawns, or for you to take the pawns, because that opens up the side of the board so much that he can just give as many checks as he wants. If you crawl too far, f2 falls. Oh yeah, you want to do let's do another variant. We may as well just do duck chess, because since he's such a master, I'm never going to beat him in it anyway. Knights are so weak in regular chess. They're weak pretty much in every form of chess, honestly. I mean, I guess not chaturanga. Yeah, let's just do it. Wait, where do you choose the... Oh, I'm not even logged in. Knights are worth 5, like rooks and duck. Oh yeah, I guess I can kind of understand that, but yeah, in most versions, knights are not very good. Okay, let's get absolutely destroyed by the Duck Chess Master. Wait, he's only 1400 though. What is this? Or I mean, he probably played, but I mean, he should still have not lost a single game. On chess.com. So he's gonna know all kind of tricks. Like even that move probably has some meaning to it. I forget how it even works. You move a piece and then you get to move the duck anywhere, or you get to move it in consistency with what else you moved, or like what if I play like a normal game? So what I actually don't even know. If you move a piece that would be able to attack it, then you get to move it somewhere. Oh, it's like you move it to the square. But okay, so it doesn't work with a capture. That's why I'm thinking about the pawn. I haven't played it in a long time. You move the bishop there, then you can move it wherever the bishop would have gone from there. You're 2363 in chess.com, only played one game on Pi Chess and apparently lost. You make a move, then you move the duck. Duck goes anywhere. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm thinking about that soccer one then, I guess, that my friend made, where you have to move the piece to the square. This you can just move anywhere, period. So, like, let me think about the logic of this. Okay, I want to stop him from developing the bishop, so therefore I block it. Okay, I'm getting it confused with something else. Only thing is you can't leave the duck in the spot. It must always change spots. But I guess you can keep doing the same spot over and over. So I could have stopped him from... There should almost be a limit of how many times you can put it on the same square, because that can be a bit of a troll. So he really doesn't want me to move this pawn. And there's no way that I can... Yeah, couldn't you do that? Like, you can literally leave it on the same square the whole game. There's nothing I can do to stop him from putting it there. Right, you can cock block one square the whole game. Guaranteed, no matter what. Short range attacks are used because duck can block long range ones. I used the duck in the central to ruin their development forever. I mean, it's mainly the pawn. I mean, I can still develop what I want to that way. But I guess I'll just play it like a normal game. So you might be surprised. I might actually do pretty well. Not, you know, considering how good he is at duck chess, just because... Just in a normal positional way, I might be okay, but then he'll do some weird trick with it later on like move 25. It interferes with bishops and queens and pawns. I guess not so much knights though, because that's why they can just jump over and disregard. 98%. Well, apparently I got to witness the one that got you to 1400. Maybe he played it a long time ago before he was so good. Like literally the 1.6% was on this site, or a significant portion of it. I guess I don't know how many games he's played. Or maybe I could draw him, which I don't know how likely draws are in a lot of variants. Like they don't happen very much in 960 actually, even at the high level. So that's the one thing that you would say it sort of solves, but then again, not really. I'm sure some of them devolve into regular. Basically, there's no draws. Okay, we'll move the knight there. The bishop is still being blocked. There's a way that, like, I would always see the queen get trapped in this, but by the use of the duck, but it doesn't immediately happen. I forget how you do it. Stalemate doesn't exist. Well, now we got to think. Since we can't move this pawn anyway, because of the duck always being there, now we're going to creatively extrapolate and do that. So I found a way to move it regardless. So in a sense, I sort of solved that. See, now I forced him to move it somewhere else because now it's not serving a purpose anymore. So now that one doesn't even bother me a ton. The light square bishop. It's sort of my bad karma of a variant too. The fact that, you know, I trashed the knight so much, but now I have to rely on them nonetheless. Okay, bro. You can't be too predictable because he knows I'm going to do exactly what I just did. In a way, that might have been a bad trade. I don't know if I really like that from his perspective. But then again, he's valuing the knight probably adequately, and I'm valuing the bishops too much. In a normal game, that might be true, but now he's not going to let me do that either. Yeah, he always makes these weird stagger pawn moves and everything, even in, like, that's like his sort of signature. Maybe it's really good in duck chess, but even against the bot, he was just playing in regular chess. I was questioning that. He'll make like these single pawn moves that aren't typical. Knights are 5. Bishops get obliterated by duck blocking. Knight versus rook is often a winning. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, I don't know all the nuances of it that I'd be able to, you know, counter all that, but maybe my typical style play could still work. So basically, he would want to try to trade his bishop for my knight, which is never going to happen because I'm going to keep doing this forever, or he'll move it a different way. So my desire to trade the knight is unfounded, I guess. With, you know, obviously I shouldn't think the same way as I normally do. Most players don't get to endgame to learn how, but I've fought against level 8 Stockfish enough times. I know how to win knight versus rook. I mean, obviously he's probably seen everything though, even just to get to 2300. You know, you must be very experienced. I swear I maybe was like that in Chaturanga. Not that I would have been that high rated or whatever, but like nobody would play it, so it would feel like anybody I would play I would just destroy. Because wow, maybe not that much, but yeah, it was very one-sided because nobody knew what they were doing, and I at least somewhat knew what I was doing that a long time ago. I was 2200 plus and like 1,000, and it must be very active then just to even have. He's moving his king up. Like, in a way, I should almost just copy what he's doing. If I lose a single game and 60 points... Oh, that's why we're playing on here, too, so that in case I somehow beat him, I can't destroy his rating, but I probably wouldn't have anyway. And I don't use chess.com anyway anymore. I have to play 100 games to get my way. Oh, wow. Because maybe not enough people play at that high of a rating. Because he is top 1% or whatever. Yeah, that's like the Magnus trying to get to 2900 problem. At 2365 I get 0.0. Yeah, and you'll get matched up against people like that probably because again nobody else is playing it at such a high level. Yeah, like Magnus trying to get to 2900, it's like he could literally win every single game and he's still gaining like barely any rating, and if he draws he's losing rating. Yeah, what happens if you draw? You'll still lose a significant amount probably. Oh, but there are no draws, I guess, like he said. But that's the biggest troll, right? Like, I'm a super grandmaster and I'm moving too slow. It's not the fact that Magnus could win every game and he never loses, but he'll still lose rating because of the number of draws that happen. That would be the most frustrating part of all. But see, I'm gonna just flag too. That's sometimes the stupid part. I've drawn 0 games in 1800. Oh god, now I don't know what I'm doing. I like the fact that I'm keeping that bishop out of it, but you really can't cockblock the knights too much. I mean, They always have too many options of where to go. So between this and Chaturanga, you definitely learn to value the knight. Not that it's the best piece necessarily in Chaturanga, but it's just better than everything besides the rook. Better than the advisor. It's better than the other thing. So his goal would be almost to try to stop me from trading the anything for the knight. People usually play 5-4 duck increment. I always believe in like a 10-minute for almost everything, just especially when you're playing them like and you're not super experienced with them, because you know it gives you time to actually try to figure out what you're doing a bit. Or oh, he's trying to be all creative with it now, and I almost shouldn't take that trade if he offers it. But his knight, as much as we're fluffing up, the knight can't actually go anywhere. So I am kind of a master at exposing its uselessness. You got to give yourself enough options to where no matter where he goes, you always do it. Like, see, maybe that's worth it. I'll sack the pawn just so that, oh, if he does take it, I can take the knight, but I'm not that down bad to try to take it. You know, the light square diagonal is actually kind of hard for him to stop, so he's gave up putting the knight on there at all. Yeah, I'm just going to lose because of flagging. Honestly, positionally, I could almost have controlled this regardless of the duck. That's the problem with so many things in chess in general, even real chess, is like, oh, if I had infinite time, I could draw anybody, even a grandmaster. Not really, but you know what I mean. If I correspond his game, I could sit there for hours per move, and you know, time sort of trivializes the game a bit. Okay, he's getting a little creative with his knights now. You have the dark square thing going on. I love this commitment to that diagonal too that I'm doing the whole game. Watch, I can do this now. I don't fully understand now what's happening, but he's just so fast at it, obviously, that, you know, just because he's so experienced. But yeah, I don't feel under threat. Like, I want to see what what crazy thing is he going to do that's going to not require me to just blunder a piece. He's not winning positionally at all, or materially, for that matter. Right? There's nothing that's happening. I'll just keep moving back and forth or something stupid. That's gonna be an open file here. He takes. Like, for as good as he is, right? Move 25, I even said. That's when the crazy move's gonna happen. I'm just kind of losing my focus though because of the time now. Like, what would it take? Like, I just want to see what is the formula for him to win, and we won't even get to see it because it's gonna be he's moving his queen a lot, which doesn't seem like it should matter. It's the fact that this doesn't have a cover that I should worry about. I could use maybe some of his principles here to work, that the knight is so good. But I'm not even really using my... Okay, now he's going to start to cook because he's doing... He's doing something like he's going to start capturing and blocking at the same time. Like, oh, he could capture this with the rook and then block it, right? Like, I even understand that, but I don't get entirely how that works. Like, yeah, what if... Well, obviously, I'm flagging, so it doesn't matter what I do now. God damn it. That's so dumb. But then again, in fairness, a lot of games might actually come down to that for real. So I don't feel like I was outplayed at all, honestly. Despite his experience or how good he is. It's just, if it comes down to flagging, that's fine. 15 plus 10 is better for learning it. Like, black is doing fine most of the way. In fact, it even seems... Well, it's not like I would know how to take advantage of it, though, really. I like how it uses the elephant as the loading icon, too. The one piece that's even shittier than the knight. Yeah, nothing really crazy seemed to be happening. It seemed pretty ordinary. Right, like, for all the hype. I'm actually even winning here a little bit, although again, I wouldn't know how. Don't ask the computer for duck eval. It takes like 40 seconds to understand one move. Why? It seems to be telling me the general who's winning and losing. Assuming this is accurate. Yeah, it seems to be. Like, I'm doing fine here, and then obviously when the time is low, it's a complete nonsense number. Like, obviously when I make a move like that, I'm losing. It's telling you that, well, at least at the end, it has to be accurate. The fact that I did that is obviously a bad move. I'm giving up a rook for a pawn. So it at least understands the basic material aspect, but would it revere the knight enough? Like, if we did, you know, like, oh, the fact that I take the knight with the rook should be good. Or it's even telling me to block it. The duck makes the computer a million times weaker. But no, that's the core principle. Is like, you capture something and then you block their ability to capture back. Which is easier said than done, but that would be the main thing that you're trying to do. So that one's not really a surprise, but I really don't feel like it was that one-sided most of the way. In fact, if anything, if you believe the computer, I was up most of the way, not that I knew what I was really doing. Yeah, it's a real shame that this site is, what is this baseball one? Tennis. Oh, not baseball, tennis ball. I love some of these that are just so wild and out there. Like, what is this? I've never even seen some of these. Like the Alice one. Strategies to trade your bishops for knights, which really goes completely... That's more like anti-chess for me. That's my anti-chess, because that's exactly the opposite of what I try to do in regular chess. And actually, reasonably, even good players do that. Like, you're trying to either trade the knight for their bishop, or you're trying to protect your bishop pair from their knights. Like, it definitely turns it upside down. You should make a duck game with 15-10. Well, I lost it, so now I'm not allowed to play it anymore. The way that I'm trying to do my little... We could do one more of something, though. Let me see. Let me pick one that I haven't played. I think I've gone through most of these. We did crazy... I don't even remember now what I've done. Regular chess, 960. The only one that I really won was in 960. Chaturanga, but a lot of them I'm losing, to be fair, just on time. Effectively, at least. 960 Horde, anti-chess placement, Crazy House, King of the Hill. I won King of the Hill, but I guess it wasn't against him. It was just against some random dude. I guess I like the ones sometimes that are similar to regular chess, in the sense that, not that I'm even that good at them, but I can kind of get away with a certain amount. Or I like the thing that you can combine them. Like, let's do Fog of War duck chess that also is 960, right? Like, all in one. Most of my games beating the level 8 duck Stockfish is because it doesn't understand the knights or... Oh. Or maybe it just disagrees with that, but then I guess if you're beating it, that's fine. Castling is essential. Really, it's as if that's not true in regular chess. It's sort of like blindfold, but you can still see yours. Or wait, can you? Like, it'll let me sack a rook for a knight plus pawn since it thinks I traded 4 for 5. The piece values are simply hard-coded into the engine. That's weird, though, because in so many of these, it seems to understand a bit of nuance with that. Like in King of the Hill, it'll know that, you know, it doesn't matter about the queen. You sack the queen if it means that you get your king to the opening square. So it at least understands it in the win condition of that, but maybe not so much in a more normal position. We've done all of these. I think I did atomic. Maybe do 3 check, which I hate this one. I find this very annoying. It's just stupid, right? You're just kind of sacking shit like crazy. It's because in duck chess, you make 2 moves every turn, and the duck can teleport everywhere. It makes the mathematics like a million times more complex, unless the computer knows how to prune useless duck moves. It was making some pretty good duck moves, though, actually, in the analysis. It seemed to understand that. Like, it would keep blocking pieces that you would potentially be able to take back and stuff like that. But on the online engine, it's optimized. Yeah, obviously engines are always built around regular chess, but I'm impressed that they can even do the analysis at all. You never used to be able to do that. Like back in the day when I used to play Chaturanga, there was no engine. There was nothing for it. Like, you couldn't even analyze it. Okay, here we go. This one is just stupid as hell. To just try to keep randomly checking or protect yourself from a potential check, which, again, where is he going to potentially go with it? That could give a check. You'll go like there and there, or even there, so we have to like stop him from going to either of those squares. This is very reactive. You just have to kind of, I don't know, like the knights in this can be very good too, because you can just sack them for everything. Just to give checks up. I mean, you just sack everything. This is what bullet players like. Bullet players love this because that's how they play anyway. They just sack like crazy. You create a very odd pawn structure, just try to stop stuff from coming in. Even there I messed up, right? He should be able to get a check out of that because I can't stop it. There'll be nothing I can do on that next move that could... Gotta just play crazy with the pawns here too. But again, in acquiescing to the variant, you often lose in just a normal positional way. is what like you almost want the layer of pawns, right? That way nothing can be sacked. Like I want all my pawns here, nothing here, and then the king there. That way, like no matter what you do, it's gonna take more moves to do something. He missed a check there that he could have done with his knight. So maybe he's playing the long game a bit more. Like it's not worth it to always just sack for just one check. This one is so stupid. Like you'd sack his queen for one, which that one I almost wouldn't mind. But see, it's not just that. It's the fact that he would do it. Then if I take, then he does the other one. It's really easy to get one. Yeah, the second and third is the hardest. So, but there's like a combo precedent. He can still do it. He can still do it. If you sack material defense, yeah, kind of. I think once you get the first one though, then you got to just combo the next two, and then it's very scary. Let's see, even moving here, you would allow the knight to do it. Yeah, I think the knight in this is actually quite good too. The trading pieces, obviously preferable too, but you'd rather sack than trade. It just completely dictates everything you do though. Like I can't play it in a normal way at all. That's pinned. I almost don't even care. He's not even canceled yet, so he's almost trying to bait me. Like, oh, maybe he'll cancel the other way. For fuck's sake. Yeah, to some extent, you maybe would just want to ignore it. Like, okay, I'm not going to do it. If it means that... And that'll be a check even too. Or that, oh, that's a check too. Fuck. Wait, well, obviously I lose then. But since I only get to play it once, I may as well indulge it. Let's see how quickly he can do this. But he'll end up just mating me anyway before I forget about the 3 checks. You go here. Yeah, that's at least more satisfying. You get an actual checkmate on top of it. His main advantage on me in most of these is just that he's faster than me at everything. Not that it mattered there as much, but I guess that wasn't so bad. That one lasted a little longer than a lot of these. I love that sound, actually. Look at this intense 90-minute game. Or it's against Stockfish anyway. Which for one, Stockfish will actually struggle on time or something just because it doesn't know what it's doing. In some of these. But no, there's so many here that I've never even seen before. We've gone through most of these. Racing Kings is this not like a... Oh no, I'm thinking of like a Puzzle Rush type of thing. It was 3... My knight was hanging, so it wasn't a check. Oh. But whatever, effectively he was winning positionally anyway. Yeah, I love that it just fell apart in the end game, that other... When he's playing this one. Even giving up the pawns didn't seem to hurt it that much. Yeah, I played it before. I just kind of forgot. Alright, fine. I'll do that last one. We've basically gone through all of these. I'm doing like a permadeath variant gauntlet, except I'm doing it against the same person the whole time, which is a bit of a change. Normally, I'm just doing it against random people because I did it on chess.com. I think I did it a couple times on there. So like, but there you're at least matching against people typically because, I don't know, that was pretty active. Don't know anything. Yeah, you're just probably, again, he's just faster than me. A lot of them have been very close. Like, a lot of them have come down to time. Which is still a fair, legitimate part of the game, but you're trying to get your king to the other side, but then stop their king from moving, which I don't know. And then also the first captures. Oh, you can't capture. Never mind. No, don't abort. No. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I know. I was trying to plan out my first move, but. Okay, we get to be white at least. Or no, we're not white. Or wait. Okay, fine. Doesn't matter. You can't capture. So shouldn't it just be like, I'm going to put this here so you can't move the king forward? But maybe that's thinking too short term. And then you can't move them onto the other side, or you can? I don't fully get it. No, his king can't come forward. You'd have to block it with something else for, yeah. Checking, I guess, isn't allowed, and capturing isn't allowed either. But moving to the other side of the board is allowed, at least. Or maybe capturing is allowed, but just not on the first square. I don't know. You can't move further there, so we try to block it with some. Yeah, I don't know about the capturing aspect of it. We're blocking this here. Then we'd have to further block, which I don't know how to do. Now I'm scared because I don't know whether you can capture or not. Like, what would stop me then? Okay, I'll just go here. But so he just simply can't move his king. But now if he blocks with his rook, I'm assuming you can't take it all. So then he could block with his rook, and then he could move. Oh no, you can capture. So now why? Wait, what even happened? He took my bishop, and then I didn't even take it back, even though I could have. Make it seem like I can check him. The premoves don't work in time. Oh god, I'm just gonna lose on basic material here. And these variants never do a good job of tracking the material, or maybe that's just a setting I have. But it might get confused to like plus what? Like you're up a royal advisor is worth what? Oh god. The rook is actually really good, and so this becomes problematic. That, but with this little material, wouldn't it be? No, but the rook. I think the rook would just win in the game alone. You can't capture on the first setup position, I guess. Or I don't get it. Like you can capture across the board. You can capture like on his side. I thought somehow there's like an issue with the sides of it, but no, you can't. I don't know what the hell it says. I thought I tried doing that at the beginning of the game where... Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. I thought I tried doing that. Like, why can't you just capture here then? And then try almost trap the queen. Oh, God. This queen is in a very good spot to do this. And so it's very difficult for me to stop that. So... having the rook is extremely good. Having the knights here is completely useless. But I'm not going to be able to stop the king with the knights. Okay. What the fuck? I think sometimes I'm just too impatient too. Like even when I'm not, either I move too fast, or then if I take my time, then I flag. Yeah, I just can't do anything. Or that was probably still a mistake, but I can't beat his rook on this because... oh, what the hell? Or is he still gonna win? Okay, he still wins. Or it's a draw. Do you still get the one last move? I have no idea how that one works. But no, like with the rook, I just don't get it at the beginning. Like I thought... yeah, I didn't know either. Yeah, he effectively should have won because... yeah. I thought that too. I thought he would win by getting there first, but it gives you like, I guess, one last move. You can't do it on the starting position of capturing. But then on the second move, I don't know. I guess just the first move, then you can't capture, which gives black a distinct advantage then because they get to... yeah. Yeah, that one's a little weird, although I kind of like it. I just love how some of these pieces look. Like, who designed all this anyway? It's not like they're drawing from a native thing. Like, somebody actually had to make... not only, you know, somebody's made the variant, but they had to design the pieces for the site. Oh, this one looks so cool. Feudal Lord. This looks like similar to Chaturanga, but... okay, so the other day, actually Sunday, when I was doing that reaction to Game 7 of the finals, which it's only like my third sports reaction on here, where it's not something I would do often, but I did like the Super Bowl, then I did like Game 7 between Denver and OKC, and then Game 7 obviously between the Pacers and OKC. But during that, I was also playing this bot, and that was one of the most convincing wins. Like, we've had winning positions probably a number of times. There was one in particular before that all I had to do was move a bishop to a particular square in the end game, and then it's pretty much a guaranteed win. And somehow I, you know, again, I get impatient or overconfident, and I do that where I end up either drawing or losing. And so this is, I think, the second time I've drawn it, and this was about as clear of a win as you can possibly get. where again I just quickly do that without thinking and we get a stalemate. But I mean that is a fully winning position. What this at least lets me do is to show that it's not really a fluke. Like, we're going to consistently be beating this. You know, what one of my viewers keeps saying is that he says, like, it's almost like an RNG roll type of thing where you decide to, you know, sometimes it'll just play badly or whatever. But the thing is that it's like if you just think about it a little bit, then it's enough to win, right? You either have to bring in some borrowed knowledge or you have to decide that you have to either bring in some borrowed knowledge or you can basically do something else where you have to actually think and calculate throughout the course of the game. But the problem with that is the fact that I don't do that. I don't take my time. Like, this is just the opening, man. Like, why? I hate this aspect of it because it's like, that's pinned, you take, I take, you can't take. There could be a sequence leading to like a fork here. It's like if you took with the queen, then I take, then you could totally fork it, if I'm not mistaken. Right, like, and I wouldn't even mind that because we both get the queen and I just lose like a pawn out of it, which I probably should lose anyway, given the awkwardness of this position. So, but no, that's what it shows you. If I actually just concentrate and think about it thoroughly, right, that's enough to beat this. In fact, this bot will go down in history as like the intermediate best display. Like, if you can beat this bot, you're good. And then you're only a step away from getting like 2,000 rating if you just study, or vice versa. Like, if you have studied, you just need to improvise a bit more and be like a little more creative and calculate and whatever. So this is like an entry level perfect example of somebody who is decent but needs a little bit of more structure or something is missing. This knight is kind of bugging me. See if you move it, but you'll give it check. That's the thing. You'll give it check, and you can bring all kind of dark square shenanigans. But the act of doing that, no, but you'll cover that too. I thought, oh, I can give a check there. So like moving this knight out of the way could be very good. Like, even if he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, or I can't take. I don't know why I feel like this is actually a good move, but I guess it's not. But no, there's this feeling that it doesn't feel like a fluke. Like, it feels like I can consistently beat it or almost beat it. And the reason why I can do that is because if you just actually calculate your potential or put in at least a certain amount of time, which there is no time limit here, but within reason, just think about your moves a bit before that little bit of extra effort and time, and just, you know, play a decent game. It doesn't mean I'll win every time, but it's not as much of a mismatch as I make it seem, right? This is what sometimes happens to me against real opponents, whether it be viewers or just other people. I'll make it seem like I'm worse than I am because I'm not fully applying myself, which you could say that's true of a lot of people, but you have to get in the rhythm of just doing that. Try your best, and then this is a pretty even matchup. I'd still say it's a little better, but it's hard to judge that with the time aspect of it. And so what you have is oh yeah, it's the irony of like how I was playing it the last time, because I wasn't in a rush or I was kind of really taking my time because I was watching that game in between and reacting to it. So every time there'd be an ad break, I'd make like one move and think about it, and then I'd go back and watch that, and then so it was like that notion of taking your time is easier to do, I guess, in that context. Wait, I'm gonna try to trade something, and I don't like the way this is going, but they're gonna take this, but they're gonna take it anyway. That's the thing. This could almost trap the queen. Like, I just want to take it. Like, I don't care. Sometimes you just want to take stuff. So now that's actually very interesting because of the simple fact that, well, it seems good, but I mean, I just want to trade, man. I'm not allowed to do takebacks and stuff like that. Like, if I make a mistake, this doesn't even seem very good. I'd rather get to the light square, but do they actually have a plan with this or what? They'll push a pawn. Okay, well, I kind of knew they were gonna do that, but my concern shouldn't be that. My concern shouldn't be that. Oh my god. I'd be happy if he takes. And I'll mess up my. Okay. No, man. It's always the fast moves. Like, I can't do it. Oh, hey, how's it going? I mean, it's just, I cannot have that time discipline against the bot, especially. Sometimes against players, I have somewhat. In fact, in those 10-minute games, I was almost always losing on time. Like, I can totally do it. I'm just not trying, which sort of shows you my whole weakness. Because if you can't, like, how do good players find it interesting? That's what I'm saying. Like, they'll draw the majority of games, and they'll take a super long amount of time to do it. So, oh, I want to study to be good at a game so I can draw the majority of games after like 90 minutes of, you know, intense thought. Like, why is that an enjoyable thing to do? That's the number one thing. It's not about how good you are or how smart you are or whatever, you know, people might say. It's about, like, literally, can you enjoy it and immerse yourself in what you're doing? Is it interesting to you? Is it enjoyable? And the problem with that is it's not, because, okay, dude, all I'm trying to do is develop. Like, that's all I'm trying to do. He's gonna do some other stupid thing. Like, couldn't you have just done that? If you did that, I'd be, oh no, but I could still cover it in some weird way. Like, I just make these bots look better than they are. That's why I play Duck, so I never have to draw. I mean, that is one great strength of variance, no doubt. This isn't just IQ, or I wouldn't be 24/27. It is hard to judge that in variance. Like, there's no doubt that's still good, but I don't know exactly what that means or how competitive each variant is. Like, it's good, but I just don't know how to measure it. And, like, do they have, like, real life tournaments? You can be the Duck Chess World Champion, which might seem silly, but given the emphasis on 960 that, you know, real professional players are doing, I wouldn't be surprised if these variants do start to get taken more seriously. 26, but, like, for comparison, what's your regular chess rating? Like, you know, I think I've seen it, actually, as I played him, but I forget what it is. He seems like around my level, honestly. But he's a little faster, so he'd be like 17 or 18 or maybe 19. Oh, 15. Entitled NMs, yeah, that's the whole beauty of it. You can just bypass. It doesn't matter how good they are at regular chess, because you're kind of... That's what I would do at 960, I guess. I probably am better at 960 than I realize. Like, I can beat pretty good players at 960 who I could never beat normally in normal chess, because it just throws the theory out the window. Yeah, is that 1500 on chess.com or Lichess? Because that actually seems kind of low. I feel like he's higher than that. Yeah, and I don't even play regular chess anymore because I'm kind of failed so many of my challenges. So these pawns are kind of silly. Or the whole irony of it is, when I came back to streaming in 2021, I said, oh, I want to Like, I wasn't even planning on playing chess much, so I said, oh, I just want to go and play some variants like I used to with some of the, like, chaturanga and stuff. And then I tried regular chess, and I was just kind of pissed at how bad I seemed to be. And then I said, okay, I'll wait till I get to, like, 2000 before I do that. And then my reward will be playing variants or something, but it's just so hard to get there. Yeah, that sounds more accurate, like 17 to 19. Annoying if you come back and play after months. Yeah, but then again, you can abuse that too. I know people who are good who have done that, like some 2300 who would quit for a month and then he'd come back and win a couple games and get a huge boost, like the provisional boost. So it kind of goes both ways, but see, like, look how long I'm thinking now, but I just don't even know what to do with it. Like, this looks like a aesthetically consistent move, but it doesn't matter. Nothing can really be threatened too effectively here, but like, I want this. Okay, I want the open file, but he doesn't have to give it, or he kind of does actually, right? That is a guaranteed open file because I know no, but it's not. I can move the knight anywhere, but the problem is, this is really the problem of the knight. I can move it, you know, where I want, but there's nowhere good to move it. Like, I'd rather this piece not be there, right? I just don't need it. I don't want it. This is problematic because if he takes the knight first, even though I would like that, I'd like to move this, but it doesn't do anything. There's always these weird trick plays that this one does make. Like, they're not super... Okay. Like, nobody plays like this with the pawns, honestly. This probably isn't even good. But then again, I'm giving him too much initiative to do it. He's blocking his own diagonal. But then this knight has nowhere to go now. I feel like this knight is just in purgatory. And sometimes what the engine will even do is like, oh, go here. Or go here. Like something weird like that. Which I don't feel comfortable doing because I feel like you can get pushed out so easily. But I don't know. I don't like the king being here either, but I just can't figure this kind of position out. Like, I have no idea. It doesn't feel that bad, but I just can't do anything with it. See, that blocks his own diagonal, so was that even a good thing to do? I don't know. And where do I even want this thing to go now? I can go here. Now, will he open the... Even if I do this path, like, oh, then I take here if he tries to do this. Then where do I go from there? Where do I go once I do that? I can't even escape. That's like a fool's gold type sort of pawn. I literally cannot even protect it. That is so dumb, man. It's such a liability of a piece. I hate it. Like, I can't, literally, there's nothing you can do with it. I just want to get out of the way. I don't even want to use it. Or like people would always say that, oh, it's just because you're bad that you don't know how to use the knight, or I'm using it improperly. I can accept that to some extent, but guess what the problem is? I'm not good, so I shouldn't know how to use any of the pieces. I shouldn't know how to use the pawns. I don't know how to use the queen. I don't know how to use the bishops or the rooks optimally. I don't know how to use the king. I certainly don't know how to use pawns when it comes to promoting and stuff. So my point is that, what about the fact that I just don't know where to go with that. I have nothing. But no, it's like, yeah, like it's the least intuitive piece. Okay, he's dominating with the pawns, but I almost feel like it won't matter. And the reason why I feel like it won't matter is because, I don't know, I just don't feel like pawns have the impact that you might think they do, especially at a low level. So now this seems weird. This seems very, very odd. You can preserve the center pawns either way, assuming the value of them is so intricate. So I could take this, then he takes back. He has no choice but to take back with that. After which I could take this, you could take this, I could take, you could still take. So there's no winning of a piece that's happening. And so I don't understand if it's worth doing or not. But again, these knights, like if I was to study one thing, that's almost what it should be, is study the knights, because I don't get it. Like if he can end up taking anyway, and this pawn take wouldn't be good, right? Because he would take and then I'd be forced to take. No, I guess I could have took with the queen, but I just don't even know where to go with that. Like there's nowhere good to go. Now, if you take, I can take, so it's fine. It's really not a bad thing. It's just a case where he's letting me take there. Why? Because then you would get the... what? That could be a mistake, but I'm always shocked when it makes a mistake. Or you'll go there, then you'll bring the queen, but it's like a multi-move sequence. Why would he let me do that? It could be a trap, or it could be that they it could be that they basically want to, oh, like this. I'm not even seeing that. Yeah, like I didn't even see that. The fact that he can, oh wait, but it's not a royal fork. I can't, well, it could almost be a mate. But no, I could almost do this, because even as weird as it seems, he would take, I would take, and this is like an octopus bishop in the sense that you could also take here, I guess. At least I'm seeing the moves that it's making. So I take here, they take, I take. This pawn is awkward and it kind of relies on the knight here. But I do like this bishop, even though it might not maintain itself too far. I'm just kind of letting these pawns go too much. If he pushes the pawn, I can take it. No, I can't. Or yes, I can, but then this one is very odd. I don't know what I'm doing. If you take, I take with that. I kind of don't want to do that. This you'll bring a knight back probably, or maybe not. Take with the knight. There could be something weird that happens here, but I don't know, like you sack it, then I take, then you come in. Then I don't see a full follow-up to it, but is a situation where I go here. I'm just trying to, this is one of my bad habits in general. I just try to trade too much, and then, you know, I just try to trade everything like all the time. This still doesn't seem like a bad spot, although the +1 pawn is extremely deceiving. It's not necessarily a good thing, because boy, I sure wish either knight could even do anything, but they just can't do anything. This pawn is going to need cover. This is kind of a... They would take now. I would take. They would take. I would take. They would still take. So you could go like this with it. But the problem is, I guess it's not doing anything, but it's an open file that you're trying to take. This would have the cover of the queen, but something could mess up. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take, with the queen at the end there. This seems like a bad move, but I'll still do it. They're using both of their knights. Now we can try to initiate a trade here. I can't actually take anything with it though, otherwise I lose the queen, and I don't know what they're doing with that knight necessarily. They'll try to come here to attack here. I mean, I'm almost willing to do it. I mean, I just can't. I can't play like this because there's just too much going on, and just forget it. Now that creates somewhat seemingly of a problem, but it doesn't mean that now they could take here. I feel like the knights are just never any good company here. They're just stupid. So now you expect to lose this anyway. It just seems like, can I get something out of it? Like I go here, then they take. Complain about the knights, but then refuse to trade them, because there is sometimes a positional basis. Like a lot of what I try to do is to trade them, but if you can't trade them early, then it turns into. I don't know how many opportunities I had to really trade them. Right, like when could I have traded it in this game? I think I've been trying to. They're just not letting me. Right, their knights are always too far. But no, that is one of my pillars of my strategy, is I try to trade them. I could pull it back here, but I guess I could do that. The problem is he'll take there, so like. If I double stack it, then it doesn't matter though, because like I can't move that without doing this. You lose the pawn. You lose the pawn. You go. You can't move it. Right at the end, you took with the bishop. Oh yeah, I don't know why I did that. Actually, I somehow wasn't processing that the knight was there. I was maybe trying to save it for. Yeah, that's exactly what I would normally do. Okay, I did miss that. But the point is that oh, this is kind of cute. This is maybe a brilliant move, or maybe just dumb. The fact that, oh, I'm attacking the queen, so now you have to take it with the queen or something. I don't care. I'll just do it. Okay, he just doesn't give a shit, and I'm forked. Now, the fork, to be fair, it doesn't even matter because of the simple fact that, you know, what is the threat from here? Can he actually do something? Or I'm already in check. I don't care. You can take one there. I'm fine with it. I'll take this, I guess. So you could preserve the threat more or something. Yeah, that's fine. Just take it. It's so stupid. There's nothing instructive about that. Like if I'm not playing so fast, maybe I could do something, because although they weren't able to mate with that one, it seemed like it was a sure thing. It's just so annoying because I mean, that was the cleanest one that I ever had. Where like I'm literally up a queen and all this, and I don't know if he was here actually to see that. And then I get a stalemate. Like it's a completely one-sided position. So you go here, and then you're able to castle. This is pretty clean. I mean, I won't say I necessarily play better as white, but I will say I don't really use it for initiative as much as I just use it to try to prevent them from, you know, catching me out. So it's at least safer because I can dictate what's happening more. And it allows me to... You bring that to here, and then you pull it back. And then... Take... The development is not particularly good, I will say that. This pawn is kind of fucked though. You could almost do a cheeky thing like this, where, oh, you know, if you take, then I take the rook, but they'll take first, then I'll take, and then it won't matter. But then again, if I'm more so thinking for a check purpose, like if this wasn't there, I could do that and then take. But then again, no, because he's just covered it. I'm thinking about, see, you sometimes just think of some other position that's not even there in front of you. They similar that you've maybe seen before, but it's not exactly the same. This knight is kind of pissing me off, and if I move it, even this will get taken too. And this pawn is just beyond repair. Because, okay, now the problem is now you can do that and open the king, which is one of my cardinal rules not to do, which is to say that, you know, this is a bad move, but they won't even do it. And it kind of makes me want to, wait, shouldn't I be able to do this now? I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. How? Oh my god. So I don't know what attack he's sort of coming up with here, but it could be something sack worthy. This could be okay to do. And oh, but it's just not even covered. You could push it here and then you're hitting this. Like, I can't cover everything. I mean, the amount of time knights get in the way like this is just unforgivable. It's not a piece that I would ever vouch for, really. It's too common, right? It happens every game. It happens too much. Stalemate is a terrible rule. It original chess, if you, it gives you a win if their king can't move. Or I think it gives a win to the person who gets stalemated, right? So it's actually more punishing. Like, if I accidentally get a stalemate, the person who can't move their king, they win. I feel like it's like that in some of them. This doesn't seem too bad, but I just can't figure out what's happening. And the reason why is because this is going to be a bad move. This is okay. Should I guess I'll just live with it. I can't figure it out. At least this won't be as bad as the light square diagonal. Just the fact that they move so fast will tend to psych you out too. See, that's a bad pawn take. That's terrible. That's not good. Like, why would they want to do that? I almost want to do this, but then they'll just push it, but then I'll just take. It's like blocking my own diagonal, and now you're pushing for this, which shouldn't really matter a ton, but I'll just do it anyway. So now there's always some follow-up that they're gonna have. If they take, I can. Okay, dude. But how? Okay, I'm fine with that. You gotta exhaust all the trick plays that they can do, so that at some point it actually becomes substantial. Now this will let them bring their knight in a bit more, or they won't. They don't even care. This will protect me, I guess. Well, they can just give a check there anyway, because like this allows them to. Okay. Oh my god. Could attack the queen, or I could do this, but this allows them to come inside. I mean, that doesn't seem right, but they'll what? They'll get this. It'll be one of those things that I just can't stop. Is kind of the problem that we're having here. Right, you just won't even be able to do anything, and so maybe you have to open this, but it's gonna be too late. Like, how does this happen? You're already... I can't do it. They change it in later chance to help the person who can't move. This would be the same thing. Like, if they take the pawn, I lose the... Now is he going to be like, oh, you know, you take the knight and then you're basically mated from there, and the reason why is because everything is like so claustrophobic that you just can't do anything. You know, if you move the knight, you get taken here, and so he'll sack the rook, and then if I take, then you take here, and even if the queen is covering, it still won't help because you there's nothing you can do here. I don't think you can do anything. I give up. Take here, and then it should be pretty much May, or maybe I can run around a little bit. You'll go there, and then you just don't have enough cover for it. Or you might get like a one move reprieve off of it. Why won't you take that pawn even? Or the act of you doing that will be the mate. I'll just keep doing it until I beat it. I mean, it's not fun anymore though. I mean, I did it. I've done it multiple times where I've been in a good position. I just either suck at endgames or I just get bored or something. Right, even what little patience I have for the time in the... That's really the bad habit that it shows. Like, even when he's saying, oh, you got to re-roll for whatever RNG purposes and stuff, it's like... You only have to do that if you're playing super fast, which you don't necessarily have to do at all. I should have actually gone like here just for the fuck of it. Ooh, is that a rare mistake or what is that? Or maybe that's not such a bad move. Like, see, this could be one of those that you just should auto win, but you can't really commit to what I'm doing. Maybe if you go like this is kind of cute. They would take, wait, it doesn't even do anything though. They would take, I would like check here and then check there. I don't know. Bro thinks he's Fabiano where he's gonna fucking, you know, win in 9 moves against Ali Reza or whatever happened that one game. Like the way that sometimes low-rated people or even the engine play the opening can be frustrating because it's like, you know, you're not that good, but you're still kind of posturing as if you are good. All I'm trying to do is castle. Like, I'm not really trying to do anything at all. But his position became very ugly for the sake that, you know, the way his king is positioned actually... What? Bro is not gonna let me castle. Like, just... What the fuck? I messed up. Yeah, whatever. That seemed like a problem. Yeah, see, that's almost how I'm playing it now. But if it doesn't feel, again, all that great, but whatever. I'll just keep doing it until I beat it. Clearly, it takes a certain amount of focus and attention and effort, which should be a given that should always happen. But let me do something a little unconventional. So we'll do the 6 for 6. 6 for 6 trade here. Just to guarantee, you know, trade of a knight. That would be something I actually end up liking just for that reason alone. Like, let's just play super aggressive and you'll get off one time. And that was actually kind of working somewhat. I won't even say working, but it was just good. Like, which is something I don't normally do, but it was yielding some interesting results. Like, look how wide open his king is. The pawn is right here. I don't even mind doing this. We'll do this. You just go full in, and maybe it struggles against that a little bit. Like, look at how I'm attacking. Your king is going to be wide open. I have two pawns right in your face. Like, so many things can go wrong with this. This is kind of, and that's pinned. This is covered. Like, there's so many things that it allows you to do. If the rook was just a little more active, I'd be in good shape, but fuck. Oh, I didn't mean to actually do that, but that I almost should, you know, just to indulge what was gonna happen with this. I won't count it. I almost should have just taken that, but I could almost do it and then, or no, I guess not. It seems like a pretty crushing position. This almost should count. I'd almost do this. And then what would that change? Like, oh no, I can't do it. Or no, wait. I blundered my queen twice, so what do I actually get out of this? I don't even know. You can't move this, but I can't do anything to it. But yeah, maybe playing aggressive is somewhat the secret. Damn, is like queen actually trapped in that? Alright, the point is, that was kind of interesting. It just plays at a very basic fundamental level, but it'll make mistakes, or it'll, again, play like kind of a person in that way, to its credit, just that it won't always be perfect. Which again, nobody is, even 2,000 rated players and so forth are not. See, that's a very happy thing for me, the fact that I get the bishop traded for the thing. For the knight, that they just initiate and just do it. Is that even normally what I do? I feel like I'm playing it differently. I normally would do put the bishop there, but I guess it's fine. You go here, you develop this. See, these are like these slow moves that I get maybe too complacent in doing them, but now I'll push this with reckless abandon and try to see. This is very comfortable. I'm playing this like I actually know this opening, or I'm like comfortable with this opening, which I'm not necessarily, but this seems, and they often don't take, and then I'm the weird guy who does this, which you're not necessarily meant to do that, but I do kind of like it. And then I've started doing this too, which I shouldn't really do, but I could take there and double stack their pawn, which is that really worth doing? And the answer is, I don't know. But he could also take this, which I don't know if that's a better one or what's happening, but brings the queen in, and now we can attack the queen. They're going to just kind of dance around it a bit. Go here, maybe. Or no, you go back. Now we have this covered in the sense that they would take, I would take, they would still take. You can go here, sort of forcing their hand, but it doesn't actually do it all the way. See, there is always something to this. I find it interesting and desirable from the perspective that, see, they could easily trade it for the dark square bishop too. And nothing's stopping them from doing that. Right, if they had a proper priority value of how chess piece value actually works, which apparently they don't. So this is a comfortable kind of close position for me. Let me move this up. Now this pawn could be tricky, because if you make me do something that's pinned, I almost don't. Here we go, dude. But how would you do that? Like, you'd have to take, you could take this one, or no. You take here, here. I almost want to go here, or I don't know how to push, or no, I can do it now. I can do it now because if you take, I take with the, what? Okay, it's still worth it, and part of my plan to basically open the king a bit, but sometimes I'd make moves like that and I can't explain them. You can take this one or something. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, what is this? Maybe it's not even the best move because of how obvious that seems, but I should still do it. Like, could they really just not stop that anyway? What is this? It's still not going to be mate, or probably even close to mate, but it's the best you're going to get, right? That's something. You have to try to make it into something more. We have a double stack attack onto here. He's got to keep doing that. That's how chess works. Like, this relentless, endless amount of pressure that you just keep putting pressure 100 different ways. And they seem to be pretty ill-equipped to actually deal with that. Right? Their moves are not inspiring much confidence here. They're just kind of doing random stuff. So this should be the kill shot, because now I don't see what they can do. I mean, they can trade down. They take the queen, I take back. This looks like it's a pretty tough move to deal with. Like, how do you do it? Yeah, I think that's really what you're showing. Like, if you attack, it turns out pretty good, because you... I mean, even this would be fine. Like, you can't take that because... And I'll try to just go for the full trades. Like, I'm not worried about it. I'm only +1 though. See, like that, I take that attacking position and I liquidate into something bad because like, you're supposed to win with that position. You're not supposed to, you know, you're not supposed to. So you're gonna sit onto here. What you can do is you can try to take some of these pawns, I guess. Yeah, you're supposed to win with that, but I too easily give in to just the desire to trade. And so therefore, you can't do this, but something bad could happen. In fact, you're already double attacking this. He's self-pinned. He thinks he's Ding Liren over here. So what if I don't do that, and then you go here, then we take there. Like, this could still turn out to be an uneventful kind of thing. But you know, they just start to make random pawn moves and shit. You go here, like I should try to promote this actually. Now we get to double. Like I'm putting a, you know, this is teaching me how to attack somewhat because you almost feel like you have to, or this gives you the best chance. Like it's not going to ever work, just like nothing in chess ever does work, but this should sort of work because now, how do you even deal with that? Like, should this not be enough to win? Like, at what point is it enough to win? I'm just curious. I'm just curious at what point it's enough. Like, dude, dude. Like, what is it about this game? Like, how I want to see it for myself. How do you fuck this position up? Like, how? Explain it to me. Because, like, somehow I'm doing it. Somehow I'm fucking these positions up. The main thing it'll give you is just a filler move. That, like, you know, not even that, oh, I'm using the bishop. It's more like he's forced to move something, either a pawn he doesn't want to or something. Right? I could just keep moving stuff back. I could keep moving the bishop back and forth. They're going to have to move the king eventually or give up a pawn like that that's not optimal to do. Dude, like, I'm done. I'm done. See, now you might think, oh, it's a fluke or he's just fucking up. But the reality is that in the last couple games, I've gotten winning positions in a lot of them. Right, like I had that stalemate one that I was obviously winning handily. So clearly there's something more than just random chance, but it shows you there's certain positions that favor me. But actually the weird thing is I'm playing differently. So I like that. You know, it's like a real life protagonist sort of moment. Like, oh, the hero isn't very good in this way, right? They have one weakness or certain areas of weakness. And then what happens is, be careful of the stalemate. What happens is the fact that they are forced to, because of a formidable opponent that they face, they are forced to improve that area, or they are basically they're basically in a position to, you know, like they face an opponent against whom they now have to focus more than they normally do. Ooh, this could be stalemate. Yeah, better not bring in the bishop. Like, I'd be happy to even just do the... This shouldn't be relevant to the thing. Right, if I just do it with the king and the queen, that should be good enough, shouldn't it? You better not stalemate. Like, I'm not happy about it. How do you normally do this? Like, you can't do that. So what is it that you have to, like, narrow him in the corner? See, I don't even know how to do this basic king queen sort of mate. If I just bring the king in now, nothing should change his ability to do this. But how do you push him over one more? I don't get it. I've done something wrong, evidently, but it shouldn't matter. So you go here. Okay, now you're sort of forcing it. Now you got to go here again. And then you go in there. And then you go there. And you can still go to dark square. Okay, so that should have been... I don't think I did any takebacks there either, did I? That seemed pretty clean. Like, we finally beat it, and that's like the unlock condition. Now I could play something else, like, other than chess, but... That felt pretty legit because, again, there's a number... Out of the last, like, 5 games, we've been in good positions or winning positions multiple times, so it's not a fluke. Being aggressive really throws it off, but I'm not comfortable doing that. But yeah, like I said, it's an epiphany moment. You face such an opponent that, oh my goodness, now I have to go out of my comfort zone and improvise and do something I've never done before and try to, you know, attack when I'm not the attacking type of player. Once you know endgames, +2 is a win, +1 is only sometimes. Yeah, +1s can be very deceiving, I think, because Should I play the level 7 one just to celebrate like how badly we're gonna get whooped? But no, that's the one unfun thing about chess, which is why people try to subvert it with like bullet and stuff, faster formats. If you just really take your time, it feels like you can beat anybody at any time. Now there's a limit. I'm not going to say, oh, I could beat Magnus or something, but if you really sit there and think for like on and on, like that's why time is important. Because, oh, anybody could just sit there and go through every tree of moves. It becomes kind of, even if it's slow and exhausting and takes you forever. And that's what good players are even doing in classical kind of tournaments. That's what Fabiano showed against Magnus. Like, oh, Magnus might be the best player ever. But why is Fabiano, who's obviously a very impressive player too, but why is he able to draw him in every single game of a classical world championship against a prime peak Magnus? And he's only 6 rating points behind Fabiano, 28-44. That would prove to me that Magnus isn't the GOAT, because at his best, the GOAT should not be a mere 6 points above somebody else, whoever that might be. There's always going to be great players, but there should be like a great divide. Like Paul Morphy was way better than everybody. It wasn't 6 points close. It wasn't, oh, I'm going to draw you in every single game of a classical world championship and then beat you in the tie breaks. It would be definitive. It would be like, okay, I'm just way better and there's nothing you can do. You can't even explain what I'm doing. Like Bobby Fischer to some extent was like that too. So Magnus was too close, right? If Fabiano is 28-44 and Magnus is 28-50, obviously Magnus was higher at other points, like 28-80, but it shouldn't be that close, right? It should never be that close when you're in your prime, in a world championship, in a, you know, against a contemporary opponent. It should never be like, oh, so basically Fabiano was almost as good as Magnus in that moment. He was his equal, right? And it comes down to a very tight, very... I don't know, very close. It's almost like Fabiano got burnt out after that and kind of almost gave up a little bit. Not that he's not still trying, but it is weird because should he not have been easily the world champion since Magnus left chess, but he hasn't been at all. So right, 28-44, third highest rated chess player of all time, and yet Ding won a world championship, Gukesh won a world championship. Like, it is kind of sad in a way that, like, whatever he was doing, I can just psychologically analyze it. What he did in that moment, maybe that wasn't the world championship, though. When was that, actually? When he was 28-44, but like, he was almost trolling and trying to prove a point. Like, okay, I know Magnus is the best chess player ever, whatever, but I'm going to prove that, oh, in a classical setting, I can draw him in every single game. I drew the best chess player ever in every single game. He couldn't beat me a single one. And then it took till the tie breaks. It took till time control for him to finally beat me. And it maybe could have gone either way. Who knows? So what happens is, it really proves something, right? Like, I would hang my hat on that. Like, I'm the third highest rated chess player in history. I drew Magnus in every game of a world championship. He couldn't beat me at his best, right? And like, what more do you want? Because it's like one of those underdog things, right? Like, speaking of the Indiana Pacers or something like that, you overachieve. What is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to beat Magnus? He's not supposed to, because he's not better than him. He's not, you know, he's not the one who's the best player ever, right? It would be an upset. It would be a big deal, right, if he had won that. So you're not supposed to win. So what more do you want, right? Like, so the best you can do is put up a good performance to show, like, wow, I overachieved. I did the best that I could against somebody who is accepted as better than me. So, you know, like, what more do you want from the guy? It's close because the computer created both sides. Magnus and Fabi chess 960. Fabi doesn't get all drawn. Well, 960 in general is probably like that. I mean, there was that world championship. When did he actually do that? 2016 candidates finished second. Wait, oh no, it was all the way in 2018. So I guess it wasn't when he was 28-44 at all, unless he went back to 28-44. Wait. Lost in the rapid tiebreaks after drawing all 12 classical games. Like, it is the ultimate, like, he's not a very emotional or expressive person, but I can just imagine in his head, like, this is what I spent my whole life to do, right? And I'm kind of trolling you and showing you like, wow, Magnus is the GOAT, but I can draw him in every game. He can't beat me. Like, it's so stupid. It shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? Like, if you're better than somebody, if you're the best player ever, it shouldn't be that you're getting a draw every time. You shouldn't be able to do that. Just because Fabi can memorize. But see, I love that statement. Like, you don't think every other chess player on the planet, especially grandmasters, especially title players, especially people over 2,000, everybody tries to memorize the computer. Everybody's studying all day, every day, all the time. If you're a grandmaster, like, it's not that simple. There's a reason why. Oh, all you have to do is just memorize the computer. Okay, I'll do it then. Or like, obviously it takes immense, insane effort and memory and studying and like practice and genius. And just memorize the computer. So then why doesn't anybody else do it to the same extent? It's like something that I guess I can show a clip, right? It won't be like copyright. This one kind of triggered me, that, and my friend commented on it, like, Gary Kasparov explains why he lost to who's it, Kramnik, right? And it's like, oh, it's because he had the style of play that really countered my moves, and like, you know, oh, as if everybody doesn't study Kasparov's moves and try to counter them, and like the ability to actually execute that and be able to win against him, you know what I mean? Like, it's stupid. Everyone has access to the engine, so okay, just memorize its moves. Where is that clip? It was like, why? On it, probably Kramnik would be the better thing. So I love those matter-of-fact explanations. Oh yeah, the reason why he won was because he played this way, and Kasparov normally plays this way. Like, yeah, no shit. You don't think everybody's memorizing the computer, or in this case, you don't think... Look at the way he says it.
And it was a great year for me. From 99.
Wait, Romanian? Why? What do you think? I'm the Bozat sisters? Who, I don't know if they even really speak Romanian regular. Why do you have to translate, dude? He's speaking English. I guess give me English subtitles. Fuck. He's not speaking Romanian. Bobby spent years and years just to lose a championship, so he didn't prove anything. Well, I disagree with that then, though, because by that logic, then every player besides Magnus, and obviously until Magnus quit playing, so they've wasted their time too. Nepo wasted his time because he lost, or, you know, every other player besides Magnus or Gary Kasparov or somebody like that is just wasting their time. Like, isn't there a certain level of achievement? He's the third highest rated player ever. That's impressive. He drew every game and then lost in the tiebreaks. That's impressive. Like, there's got to be a secondary standard. Unless you're the best, you're just wasting your time, I guess. Every other grandmaster is just wasting his time because they can't get to the world championship, and even if they do, they're gonna lose. Like Sergei Karjakin wasted his time. But yeah, look at this stupid one. Italian Mafia.
For another challenge, for the World Championship match in London. And it was a great year for me. From 99 to the first half of 2000, I had probably the best winning streak in my career, maybe the best in the history of chess. I had the highest rating ever. I won a number of tournaments, eventually all tournaments I played.
Basically, he's saying he was still in his prime, absolutely.
Great ideas, you know, splash here and there, in the openings, in the middle game, in the end game. And so, I believed, as everybody said, I was unbeatable. It doesn't mean that I stopped working. I worked really hard. I came back with new ideas. I wanted to surprise Kramnik, and I believed I had enough strength to win. But he was a good pupil of Botvinnik, and he was a good pupil of Garry Kasparov. He looked at all the games, and he found that even, you know, on this burning sun, there were some spots. So there were certain positions where I didn't feel very comfortable. Certain moments where I slipped, where I was hesitant, where, you know, you could actually find out that Kasparov's game was not very consistent. So he designed a strategy, a great strategy, to drag me from the territories where I felt most comfortable into the territories where I felt shaky.
Like, think about that. So he took the positions, he analyzed Kasparov's games, because nobody was doing that. No other good or great chess player would ever look at Kasparov's games. They just keep their head in the sand, like, oh, we're not going to touch that. They don't analyze his games and look at, oh, maybe he's less comfortable here, and they don't study that and try to exploit that and use that when they're playing him. Oh no, that's all it takes. Oh no, it's just the reason why Kramnik beat me, you see, is because he analyzed my games and looked at where I was uncomfortable and used that against me. Like, every other chess player wouldn't try to do that, but they just wouldn't be good enough to still win or actually execute or actually use that to win. Like, and he was good enough to do that. So like, you're trying to shortchange credit to the player and say, oh no, it's just because he did this thing that nobody else could ever do. Like, you have to be good enough to execute it.
So it's like, two different, types of game. Like in tennis, somebody has a huge serve and then rushes to the net, and someone is playing from the back line, just waiting for mistakes and then hitting hard. Kramnik played from the back line, but he also was very smart to know exactly where I could make mistake and on what turf he could prove that Kasparov was not unbeatable. The match was a disaster for me. In 15 games, I couldn't win a single one and lost 2. And I lost the match to Kramnik. I was out prepared.
It's like, yeah, so you're trying to tell me that a chess player prepared for a world championship match by studying their opponent and analyzing their games and trying to figure out their weaknesses and what they're comfortable and uncomfortable with, and knowing that. Like, doesn't that happen in every single world chess championship ever? And that's the whole point of what players are studying and preparing? Like, I just don't get what that means. To me, that's like a meaningless statement. So, oh, he figured out my weaknesses and used them against me and did exactly what you're supposed to do. And yeah, I like even that statement. Like, it proves Fabi can memorize a computer, but like, yes, that's part of it, no doubt. Like, these engine line type players, but it's not. It just makes it sound too simple, right? There's a certain credit that you're the third highest rated player ever. Like, it's more to it than just that, or you're doing it better than everybody else. There's something about it that you're doing that other people can't do. I mean, I could look at the engine for years. I don't think I would memorize it to that extent to be able to play at that level. So yeah, we legitimately beat it. Nothing really to say. Let's see what level we played at. I'm not even too happy about it because of how long it took. I mean, it's hard. I'll give it to it there. Like, it is a genuinely difficult thing to do. If you can beat this, you're a good player. Certainly, if you can beat it consistently. It takes a certain amount of time, commitment, management, effort, calculation, some maybe borrowed knowledge as a placeholder. This would be one I would use as an example that, you could be the best chess player ever. You could be Magnus at age 5 or 6, right? You just start playing. You're new to the game. You cannot beat this. It's impossible. You could be Albert Einstein. I've seen some of his games, like against Oppenheimer and stuff. You could not beat this bot if you're Albert Einstein, just period, right? You'd have to study for a certain amount of time. You'd have to really try. It takes something more than just the basic level to do it. Yeah, why did I do that? Why didn't I take that? I make a blunder. I like how I have that trend, though. My blunders are often winning blunders. So that shows you I'm bad at attacking, right? I'll be in these positions a lot, even against good players, even against better players, right? Sometimes my blunders always go from like this, where like I'm +3, to neutral. They're very rarely when I go from neutral to losing, right? I have hundreds of blunders that are like this, where I'm winning and I miss the opportunity to attack or take advantage. That's more than just, you're just making mistakes. It's a stylistic and psychological thing that I deliberately put my foot off the gas because I either don't know how to take advantage of winning positions that I often create, or I'm afraid to push it, and I'd rather go back to a comfortable position, right? I'll do something good like that. I win a pawn, I do a thing, but then I back off and just try to settle it down so I don't make a mistake and overcommit. So we made a couple blunders back to back, both of us, which shows you it's kind of an unfamiliar position. And at this point, it's pretty... So I don't know even what really made me win that game. Like, at what point was it decided that Or yeah, even that statement. Fabi spent years and years just to. Oh, I mean, I thought he said too, like, oh, he studied the engine for years. Like, doesn't every good chess player do that? Like, that's what they'll say in like other contexts too, like to try to discredit, like, oh, how are you so good at this thing? Oh, it's because you studied it or you practiced it. Like, yes, but doesn't everybody who tries to be good at it study it and practice it? So there must be something more to it. Although I sometimes say that with chess too, that, like, you know, the average person doesn't study for 20 years. So if they did, maybe they'd be just as good as, you know, not necessarily Magnus or the best players, but they would be better than the average person, obviously. And, you know, good players wouldn't seem as impressive, like 2000 players. They wouldn't seem so impressive, like, oh my goodness, how is he doing that? Oh, he's doing it because he's studied this for 20 years. Which, on one hand, you have to give them credit that they're willing to commit that amount of time, but it makes it a little less impressive, especially from the innate genius perspective that people talk about, like, oh, you're so smart if you're good at chess, but you're not, because... Or it's not as simple as that, because, okay, you could be smart, but you're not going to immediately be that good, or you could, you know, be the smartest person ever, but you still have to study for a period of time to get somewhere. You could be stupid and then you still study a lot, and that ends up being you still end up improving a lot. So yeah, that's very fitting. We got to a threshold where, again, I had a couple comfortable games in a row, or like started to outplay it a bit. It's not just like a fluke, really. We drew it a couple times. Yeah, I love boiling down something like that so simply. The reason why somebody did this thing that millions of people tried and failed to do is because, oh, they just used the engine, or oh, they just studied this, or they just did that. And it's like, it definitely struggle, you know, assuming everybody isn't doing that, or that it's just that simple. But no, it seems like it struggles against getting attacked, actually. Or maybe I'm better at attacking, but it's the kind of thing, like, you miss all the attacks you don't try to do, because since I don't try to usually, I don't consider myself good, but the fact that I don't try is a sign of that too. But it's a case where I, you know, you never know how good you are if you don't try or you don't practice. I mean, this bishop turned into God, like octopus bishop, where it's just covering everything being covered, the endless loop of the pawn. So yeah, I mean, this is what I mean, though. Like, within like those 5 games, we had that one that we basically won, but we stalemated it. We had a couple more here that maybe were even good positions, so I mean, that's it. We basically beat the game. I don't know if I should do level 7 or not. Because, yeah, logically, what should level 8 be? If level 8's a Grandmaster, or even better, this should be at least like an IM or 2300. So I just beat something that should be around 2000 rating. Right, whether on here or maybe even in FIDE terms, like I just beat Alex Botez's bot. Equivalent. Like, that should not be... I don't know, like, how couldn't it be at least 2000? Because there's only 2 levels higher, and the highest level should be like Grandmaster level, or even if you were to really push it, I don't know if level 8 is meant to be like that, but level 8 could be like, level 8 is beyond Magnus, and something that even Magnus couldn't beat. Like when people say, oh, could you beat the engine on your phone or whatever, right? Right, even the best players in the world can't beat this. So if by that logic, this would be better than Magnus, like 3000 plus, then this would be like Super Grandmaster level, like 2700 FIDE. Then this one would be like a Grandmaster 2500 FIDE, which is not true, but I mean, this is how it would have to be if you were taking into account the ones that are better than people then you get to around 2000. But the way that I guess it actually works is this is probably around 2000 on here, 1900 to 2000. Then this goes up to like 22 to 23. Then this goes up only to like 24 to 25. And even on here, even on an inflated site, kind of. So I assume that's how it would work. And I don't know what else to do even, but I like that topic coming out of it too. Just the oversimplification of somebody being really good, and yeah, it's that amount of effort you have to put in a classical game that I guess I would just find it boring. Like, I somewhat enjoy it, but you have to really put yourself in the mindset, or maybe doing it in person would be better because now you have nothing else to do. You feel like you're going there to a tournament, you're committing the time and effort. So in a FIDE context, I think I'd be at least 1500, and it would really just depend. I think the amount of effort I put in each game would dictate a lot, right? Like, I could be 1200 one game, I could be like maybe 1700 one game, but at a certain point, it starts to become about the borrowed knowledge. Like, you can't be 2000 without, you know, studying a ton and knowing what you're doing. But yeah, now we can legitimately do something else, which I don't even know what I want to do. Yeah, we'll save the level 7 and 8. That was sort of my checkpoint that I wanted to beat this, and I still wouldn't say I could beat it super consistently, but I could have a decent record if I, again, just put forth a good amount of effort every game and maybe attack a bit more. Oh yeah, I wanted to do that delisted games kind of thing, but we have it on video. I mean, I finally did it. I'm not too impressed though, because it should have happened a lot sooner. So what I seem to lack is like the killer instinct aspect of it. Just I like how he said that though. Spent years and years just to lose a championship, so he didn't prove anything. But I mean, that's a very elitist view, because even though I kind of like it, you know, then what else are people playing for? Like, if you can't beat Magnus and you can't beat the best player ever, and then you're just wasting your time, and it's all for nothing. There's got to be something else to aspire to. So that is actually the mark of a very momentous moment, because I was waiting on beating that for a long time, and now I'm free to basically do anything else, right? That was kind of the checkpoint. I don't expect to be able to beat level 7. And I don't really... I don't know what else to do with chess. I almost wanted to do something over the board, and I don't know how to do it. Because, you know, how would I record it? I'd have like a hidden camera, and then they might detect that or get me in trouble. The sad part is they might think I'm trying to cheat, but all I'm trying to do is make content out of it, and I don't have to go through the trouble of asking them and making a big thing out of it, especially since I'm not an established, like, oh, if I was Botez or somebody, they'd be happy to do that. But, you know, you go in with a hidden camera and you play your game, and it's like, you know, just you have a record of it or something. I could just show you the games that I'm playing, I guess, but I also don't want to dox myself either way, like either by showing the video or by whatever. I don't have any other like ongoing challenges with this. That was like the main thing I wanted to do. And so yeah, if I was to rate like the level 1 through 6 bot, again, I don't even remember some of them now. Like 1 through 4 were easy, 5 was even easy, 4 I struggled with a bit, but I think I had that same psychological effect of like trying to take too long, or like getting overconfident and stuff like that. So that is actually a very, very big deal. Okay, so today I'm going to do almost like a celebration stream of just having beaten the level 6 chess bot, obviously, and it shouldn't be that big of a cause for celebration, but the reality is that it's sort of good because I didn't just beat it like once on a fluke as much as I thought. it did feel like there was some there's a little bit more to it, and the reason why is because in the last several games it seems like I at least had some consistent means of beating it. Right, like I didn't, obviously I only beat it once, but it just, I kept creating positions that were like, it showed you what it would take to beat it consistently. So what I'll do is I'll try to play some variants, but unfortunately there is no active site besides chess.com, and I'm just not using that right now. I could act like, oh, it's in protest of the fact that something like, oh, the fact that it's not free or business model, but really it's just because I failed all my challenges on there. Which is even true with Lichess, but I don't mind doing them like this, or maybe I should do that, the straight up variant gauntlet. But so I'm going through all the ones that I haven't lost in, which I've lost in quite a few of them. Racing Kings, 3 check. But again, I'll just host it and hope somebody joins. Anti-chess, so the only like real winning streak I had was a 960, but then I eventually lost anyway. So we did chess. It's mostly against obviously the same guy because he kept coming in here and saving the day because nobody actually plays on the site. I'm kind of bummed that I lost in Chaturanga. That's one that I really like. You know, shouldn't there be like a dedicated site for some of this? Like 960 especially should just have its own site that's super active, and that, you know, horde, anti-chess, placement, like what haven't I done? Atomic, Crazy House, King of the Hill, duck chess, which again, he's apparently one of the best players in the world at that. King of the Hill we did. So I lost him in most of them, a lot of it to do with time, but we haven't done like Alice or Fog of War, I guess would be the only two. We'd have to wait. Again, you could play against you could play against a bot, but I really don't want to do that. Like, play chess 960. I should actually just do that, like make a straight up series on that. So anywhere besides chess.com, I can do it. It's not even the question of anything besides that, how active. And correspondence is the worst because that means you obviously can't do it actively. I could just do it on Lichess. Like, why shouldn't I be allowed to do that? I guess I was trying to line it up with like something, I don't know. There was that site Chess Hotel that had it. This was somewhat active actually. That made it seem like it came out of nowhere. You know, 272 players. There is 960 on here. So let me try this. We'll do a 10-minute just so it gives you time to actually learn what it's about. Like, I don't even know what this one is. Through the Looking Glass. Kings are much more at risk than in chess. I don't know what it means though, really. Wait. Why is it what? That doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I have to do this. I have no idea. What? I thought when you do this, it creates one in the lobby. What the fuck? Because even when he would join, I would do this and then. Oh, so this is what I get for calling into dead site. Like, I don't get what's happening anymore. I can't even do it. Like, what the fuck? I can't even host a game anymore. What the fuck? Alice, create a game, 10-minute. Oh, it just kind of bugged out. So we'll leave this, and then I guess I'll just play on here for now. It's like that 6-month window that I like to do too. Like, oh, you know, I have to wait 6 months since the last time I did something. But I'd almost be willing to do that at this stage, where I just go on Lichess and I can just play it as much as I want. It doesn't have to be a permanent gauntlet. It'll just be a straight up series on that. Even if I can't do regular chess, I can still do that maybe. This site is actually decent. Again, it's about as active as you're gonna get on any site ever, because you just can't play the game. Like, if it's a total monopoly between the two sites, which is why Lichess itself is so good even. Or, oh, you know what I was doing on here? Or how do I even do 960? I don't get it. Like, I would do like a permanent time format thing. So like, I assume it'll make a sound otherwise. Wait, where'd everybody go? What? Why am I getting ads like that? Like we go through each of these until I lose a game in regular chess, and then in 960, so we'll just do 1, 3, and 10. Which again, I don't know how good these players are going to be, or a lot of them could be bots. Like, you'd have to even explain, why are people even using this site? I have like a very specific nuanced reason, because you know, I had certain challenges and stuff I was doing on the other sites. Or that was the other thing I was doing too, was like the video game gauntlet in terms of the Steam and stuff. Try to look at like chess inspired video games and play each one until I lose a game. But no, that was actually meant as a checkpoint. Like beating, because I don't care. I don't expect to be the level 7 or 8 bot, just like that. But beating the 6 one, at least, okay, now I can free up to do something different. I don't know what exactly I want to do. I was having an urge to do my little NBA 2K thing again, like the permanent team gauntlet. And I also could decide to... I almost wanted to get a Switch too, but it seems it's been impossible to find... I always like don't want something when it first comes out, and then I end up getting it on a Craigslist or something, because I feel like then I suddenly have an urge to do it. Which I did get the Switch 1 like that, but it ended up... In fact, I got the Switch 1 like that and the PS5 like that, but I didn't get the Xbox Series S or whatever like that, because apparently nobody wanted that anyway, and so it was easier to get. But again, I don't know why I got all of that. As much as, you know, oh, like I want the Switch or something, I don't even use the things I do have. Or the problem here is, again, I'm just too slow, and the site is actually kind of weird with that. Like where... it'll it doesn't let you pre-move, or it has like all kind of other weird functionality. So for the degenerate clickers and stuff, it's gonna be tough. So this move isn't that crazy. I don't know why he's taking so long. Or, I mean, I guess it kind of is. I didn't even see the nuance of that myself. I was just thinking it's a normal move. I was gonna even go there. You win the queen. Like, again, these sort of formats aren't my strength, but I'll take it. This is like a mini permanent gauntlet thing within a thing, like, you know, within the context of not like you can't do it again. It's more like you you know, each session I could just do that. So I think what'll end up happening here though is the level. What the fuck? Wait, why can't I do that? Oh, I'm in check. The level of competition will start to drop from the perspective that you should be able to take this no matter what. What the fuck? See, this guy is just too fast. And the reason why, okay. The trade is fine. He'll give a check. You go here, he should take. I mean, these trades you would think would benefit him, but then I can kind of just slow it down. He's up one piece only. I just don't see why people even enjoy this because it's not instructive. It's not really impressive or skill based or anything. You know, especially at the low level, you could say, why even bother doing it? Just a free pawn, like, I don't care. The thing is, you don't want to keep giving him too many free trades because it allows you to... Oh, that would have been... Like, you're not even thinking. Like, it doesn't matter even if you were good or bad or whatever you are. None of it matters. You're just kind of doing random stuff. So I'll end up winning on time now just because. And that knight's going to be too shitty to do anything, but... Isn't that such a deserved and excellent win? So let's see if anybody joins. This is completely dead. I won't be able to... So I'm not even talking about Chess Hotel with the dead site. Right, I'm talking about Pi Chess. Like, this site is so good and it has so many interesting variants. Like, so many weird ones even that I've never seen before. Right, so many cool, like, piece designs, which I don't know where those even come from. Like, the site... There's so many that it makes me wonder... how there was one that's like ping pong. Was that on here or was I seeing that somewhere else? Like ping pong chess. I swear I saw like the board that was like that too. Or I should play. You see, like even these just excite me. Seeing these different, like whatever this is, looks fucking awesome. Very Stockfish cons. This is the true fun and variety of chess. There's a million different things you can do with it, which is why the standard accepted version of chess is just kind of the king has no clothes fallacy, like the emperor has no clothes fallacy. There's nothing about regular chess, right? Standard chess that makes it objectively better or more complicated or more nuanced or more, you know, challenging than countless other variants or shogi or something else. There's nothing that really sets it apart and says this is the absolute best. Right, we just accept it. And again, it has its strengths, but there are far more complicated variants, right? Even simple ones like, oh, Crazy House, where you can put stuff back down. That makes it, infinitesimally more complicated. So that doesn't mean the regular game is bad, but it just means it's one of those bandwagon type things that people just mindlessly accept as absolute. I'm just so slow, like I can't do it. If he takes, I take. This is pinned if he moves a knight. This could be taken. If you take, I take. It's not that big of a deal, but so this you could kind of try to target, try to double attack, but he's not even doing it. Try to take this. Try to castle here. Everybody queenside castles in this too. They're all a bunch of clowns, and so therefore you get to Black wins checkmate. Okay, fine. I mean, again, is that even instructive or interesting or valuable? This side is really awkward with it too, I swear, because there's like a lot of it's just sort of stiff how you move it. It's not the same as being able to pre-move and stuff. Maybe they do that on purpose, but it's really not a bad site either. But you'll end up lacking a higher level of competition, or maybe these are all bots, like I've speculated before. Anytime you're not getting destroyed at like 1200 rating, it must be that everybody's a bot, assuming the bots couldn't be as good or better than people. I could do the 3-minute. I almost don't even want to. But yeah, we could look up like best, or let's do like Steam charts maybe. And just see like what are the most popular games that involve chess. There should really be some mainstay one. I mean, I don't know why there can't be like one overall chess game that everybody just plays. So auto chess is up there, FPS chess is up there, battle versus chess. Like none of these are good. A game like Chess Ultra is the ultimate shame because, oh, it's with the 3D board or whatever. So like that chess exclamation mark one could be good because that one doesn't matter, right? Even if it doesn't have players, which it really doesn't. Right. It integrates with somebody's named Beth Harmon. Sis thinks she's Beth Harmon over here. 20-minute game. But yeah, this integrates with not this one. You need to register an account. I even reviewed it myself. I mean, for $5, it's not bad. You know, nice little 3D boards and presentation, and it integrates with Lichess. Seamlessly integrated with the popular online platform Lichess, which I assume they gave permission to do that, and it's an impressive achievement. So you can play on Lichess, where you just get the visual feedback here. A few flaws of it, you can't analyze the games within there. It doesn't even show you ratings within there. There were some bugs too. Not ready for prime time. Let's see if my review shows up. But no, I was shocked at how little attention this got, because it was a great idea. I mean, make one like this with chess.com, which even if they officially make it and you have to pay for it because, oh, it's a, you know, greedy big corporation, but... Or wait, does it not even show you? Where's mine? Few people found this helpful. Very good idea to combine 3D pieces and environments with a very active player base. Still a little rough around the edges with a lack of customization options, mainly the lack of any ability to steal chess ratings or analysis within the game itself. I look forward to seeing improvements, which presumably they haven't even done, I bet. Complete trash, but he recommended it. It is like the bare minimum, right? The idea is amazing, but they fuck it up too. Like they fuck it up because the presentation and stuff is not the best. Like they do the bare minimum that they can do with it. Or yeah, the whole point of this account too is to sort of punish myself, like, oh, I can only play blindfold chess, so it means that, you know, I haven't really done that, or I haven't wanted to play that. Okay, forget that stupid dead site. So what is the thing here? 2 wins, 1 losses. I don't know what this whole season thing is. I don't really want to do all this though. Fuck, it's boring. I don't know. Like this site somehow just irritates me. It feels like the kind of players they're playing are pretty shitty and just dumb, even though I just lost is kind of besides the point. This is 3-minute, which honestly shouldn't be that bad for me because I tend to not really take my time anyway. Even if it's a 10-minute game, I might not really take the whole 10 minutes. Go here, you could pin it, which is problematic. Okay. Yeah, that creates sort of an incentivized form of content always. Like, you know, oh, like getting a Switch would be like that. That you're one of the only people who has it, so it creates a better, you know, if you're trying to really make gaming, you know, have a gaming channel, it really would help for that. That you have to get it on launch, and there's a certain incentive. It's kind of like with Hearthstone or something that I said. It's like if you really want to be a competitive player, you know, you would have to buy packs and stuff like that just to, not that you couldn't be free to play and play a ton and try to catch up and keep up, but you don't have time to do that. You would have to buy everything right away and then use it optimally, right, and focus on that. You don't have time to grind out free to play style and then expect to try to learn the meta stuff. You got to have everything day one and then try to best use it, right? Right, you get it everything day one. So some clown free to play is farming everything out forever, and then you know, you gotta just go on the ground floor. So even it's one of those things you just have to assume and take for granted, because it's just like everybody's doing that, so you'll be behind just on the outset. You got to have the best decks in every card right away, and then go from there with respect to, oh, this might have been actually more crushing, because now you could just almost mate their dumbass, but not really. We end up playing this one almost like a bullet game because he still takes so long. Oh shit. He can give it check, he can do all kind of things. I should be an endgame master because that bot was kind of pushing me to my limit there. Although this doesn't really seem to favor me a ton. The fact that these pawns are connected is certainly annoying. In this case, you don't really expect to actually be able to promote it, but his king can definitely come in. My king is too far away. You can delay it a bit, which doesn't help me much at all. I can't believe this is even working for them, though. The problem, as always, is the check that would end up giving. Right? The fact that I could almost promote myself, but there's all these ads on this site. What is this? Chess.com? Because that's what they would always do. You could get a stalemate here, but even though I'm talking trash about the competition level on the site, it's kind of like, it doesn't feel very Kiss. I don't know, it doesn't feel very interesting anyway. This is almost a stalemate, but I doubt though I should do it. That one I got against the bot was hilarious because that was such a dominating position, and I've been struggling to beat that one for so long that it was kind of stupid. But again, just the temptation to move too fast and all that. So this is going to be a situation where I can do 10-minute games, and then I would do 960, where I would just do 10-minute. I wouldn't even do you know, here I should be basically unbeatable on the site because nobody's going to be that good. And if I just, you know, concentrate a little bit, it would be fine. But yeah, I have no clear thing I want to do. I was thinking about the delisted games aspect. The fact that I wanted to, you know, make a series out of some of those because that's one of those that has no real barrier to entry. Like, oh, I want to save it for a special occasion, but you can't because it's like, you know, it'll be gone and then you can never play it again for at least some of those. This move is obviously a little cute, but but yeah, what that teaches you, like that level 6 spot, is if you just take your time a little bit, you have to calculate a bit, you have to push yourself. It's like there's always a temptation and a tendency to sort of like do the bare minimum that you can to get by until you no longer can. So then I finally am forced to do it. So it shows you're never really playing your full potential. You're always trying to cop out and find a shortcut. This wouldn't even be worth it at all because I would get the rook, but I would lose both. I would lose both like it's a 6 for 6, but it's not even for 6. That's kind of clever, I guess. Still doesn't change the fact that... What the fuck? See, what was that move? That was totally incomprehensible. They didn't have to do that at all. Just randomly select the knight in a 10-minute game where you have plenty of time to think about it. Kevin Hart acting my age. And then he does all that only to end up giving me that anyway. I thought he was somehow playing around that. Sometimes you give people too much credit that they're better than what they actually are. I could take here, I could do a check here, try to attack the queen too. So again, my desire to trade is always very strong, and often a lot of my weak moves come from that. So if he brings the rook, it's fine. So pawn wise, it's okay. I mean, see, this could still end up being a draw against an actual good player, but nobody takes their time. That's the whole lesson that you gotta learn. If you actually want to be good, you'd have to take your time a little more and actually push yourself and try to max out, which I feel like most players just never do that. Right, nobody feels that. They'll do the minimum. I'm already fucking up. They'll do the minimum that they can without having to really apply themselves too much. That was a major fuck up. I just gave up a couple of pawns for no reason. So now the fact that I'm up the rook for the bishop only equates to a couple pawns, so they're up by like 4 pawns. Like, shouldn't there be a mathematical impossibility at some point where they can't cover all of this? They raise this, like, at some point it should be meaningful. Right, where you can't possibly cover everything. So some of these pawns should fall. I mean, the light square bishop could just like sit there and really do some good work. But you know, that's what you got to take advantage of. Like octopus knight concept in this position, but except the octopus bishop. The fact that you can't trade down for it because see, they breeze through the opening in the middle game in like 3 minutes out of 10, and then now they'll actually start thinking like, why? You know, why apply yourself now when you could have? I don't know. So I blunder my rook, which they don't even take. Or here they can't even do that because if they take there, I take there. But like the last move, maybe they misclicked. The last move, they could have totally done that. So they kind of bail me out, even though... Okay, that's cute. So yeah, this kind of devolves into a bit of a boring thing, but... it's a situation where I have to stop these pawns, and not that I can't do it, but it's just kind of... He has the right idea that he's trying to do that to trade... or to try to take advantage of the fact that I can't trade. So this is, you can push a pawn and check, which would have been devastating the time before. Now I could sack it for the bishop and a pawn, but sack the rook for the bishop and the pawn, which is mathematically okay, but it doesn't have to be like that. But yeah, this makes you sort of helpless because you can't do anything about it. Right, he could just like leave that there forever. It almost makes me want to use the rook on the other side. Try to use the king to stop this and use the rook the other way. But then that allows him to sort of come through here a bit. Or yeah, it doesn't convey checks very well either, this thing. Okay, this is fine because at least it's sort of... Wait. Okay, dude. Maybe he'll still mess this up, but it's pretty one-sided. What the fuck? Watch, he's still gonna fuck it up. You take, then you just have to push this, and the king can kind of attack on here. Like, it's so easy. even I could win this endgame, but I swear there's just like a boredom factor. At some point in a chess game, you get bored. Even in the faster formats, that can happen. Like, you know, it's just not necessarily fun. Now this one I can take no matter what. It's really this other one that's gonna fuck me over because of what he does there. You know, but you can almost sort of play linebacker and try to account for both of the sides. But, you know, like he can't come through and I'm still touching this. So he goes here. I can't do it. Sometimes there's like weird stuff where you can stay in a very central position and still do it. But no, this whole experience has almost felt like me forcing myself to do this because, you know, you don't truly enjoy it. You don't truly want to study or do the things that you have to do. So what's the point, you know? Okay, so we could do 960 now, but I almost don't even want to. I almost don't care. I sort of need more time to set something else up, whatever it is that I want to do, right? It's hard for me to just go into it like this. So maybe tomorrow I'll do something properly. I might try to do a console thing in anticipation of getting a Switch 2. If I do, that could like let's sort of see how hard it is to get. I was looking at it on Walmart and there was like a restock, but it didn't actually work. Like, I was on there and it just didn't, like, it makes you wait in line. And then when was the actual release date? Like on the 5th? And see, as usual, I didn't pay attention. Or it says in stock on their website. You know, GameStop call for stock, Walmart out of stock. And I'm always like the type of dude who's like an impulse thing with stuff like this. I'll think I won't want it and then I'll do it. Oh, if it's in store, like even with my computer, I sometimes would be like that. If I'm getting a new computer after years, oh, if they have it in store, I might get it that same day on a whim. But if I have to order it online and wait, then I'll be like, okay, I'll just, you know, forget it. So GameStop makes you actually call them. And there's already like pre-owned ones and stuff. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's around 400 to 500 again. It's one of those guilty pleasure type things that you just do because it's been a long time since I